Hello, everybody. Get out the way. Get the game shared. Alright, everybody, how y'all doing? How's everybody? Good to see y'all again. I got Index here with me again. He is so gracefully... What's the word?
Graciously.
Graciously, there we go. He so graciously decided to come back and help me again. Because she's the best. I gotta get my phone. Elise is asking if your throat is sore. Indy.
My throat. Oh, let me pull my mic out. No, my throat's not super sore. I just feeling hot.
It's hot?
Oh, I said I'm not feeling too hot.
Oh.
Tiling.
Welcome Slurpee, welcome Cold Club, welcome Elise. One second while we get set up. Y'all ready for some more Higurashi, everybody? You excited?
No, I'm just kidding.
I need to give you a summary of what happened last time. Wait, were you? No, it was, I think Plum was the last person.
No, I wasn't.
I think it was with Plum.
I've had too much going on.
I'm trying to remember what happened exactly that last session. So, you know we killed the uncle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, beat that asshole to death.
I know we beat him. And not off.
Oh, it's all good, Slurpee. Thank you for stopping by, man. You have a good night. Yeah, I was with Plum. So we beat the uncle to death, and then the next day at school, Keiichi went to class, so, like, everything's all fine, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I bet, Satoko feels a lot better with their uncle gone.
Yeah, and then everybody was kind of acting crazy.
Yeah, so it seemed like everybody...
Did you collab? Wait, was it me last?
Was it you last?
Was
thought
it
it
me
was...
last? Because this is the exact like.
Oh! Oh, yeah. No, I think it was with you was the last person, actually.
Oh. I'm like, I feel like I know all of this. I don't know. I was watching one of your YouTube ones last night, so
Oh, you were?
yeah, I was watching your playthrough for Little Misfortune.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I just uploaded that last night, I think, yeah.
I might be shouting out the fact that Penguin Auto has a YouTube channel.
Actually, I should bring a command for that,
Oh yeah, you should.
the Nightbot. I'll do that right now, actually.
I have mine on Nightbot, which is funny because I don't know how to get the collab one to work
Really?
for the shout out one. Yeah, I don't know how to get that one to work.
You can copy mine if you want. Mine
Ooh,
just
yeah?
mine just doesn't say what game they played last. I need to figure out how to do that. It just says, "Oh, go follow said person." Let's
Yeah, share me your Nightbot.
see. Show me that Nightbot, yo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Here's my YouTube if anybody would like to follow it. Log in. Add command.
I'm not smart enough to do that type of stuff. Oh, I have a game to play while we do this too.
Oh, really? What game?
Yeah. I have Sudoku.
You're playing Sudoku?
Yeah.
What the heck?
I got a bunch of them from the dollar store.
Oh, you were the last person I collabed with.
Yeah.
Okay, last week I think it was just you that I collabed with.
Oh
Plum
yeah, it was.
Plum was it was you and Plum the week before, and then just you last week. Okay, that's what happened. So yeah, you already remember. Oh, I think you remember what happened. Like
Yeah, kind of, you know.
everybody thinks is saying he's not dead, and that Heichi went to the festival that night when he didn't. But
Hmm.
so either they're
That's
all
gotta be like really weird though.
either everybody's lying and covering this shit up, or he's in some other world or some shit. Because he also the bat's gone. So there is some evidence that he did do what he thinks he did. I don't know, maybe he blacked out or some shit. I don't fucking know. Who knows?
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, let's continue. I
I forgot how fun Sudoku is.
pretty fun, yeah.
Yeah, I've almost got this one that I'm doing. It's just easy. It's just on easy mode, but I've almost got it finished. I just decided to do it. I was waiting because I'm lazy.
I think we did the tips. Yeah, I think I
Yeah, we
remember
did the
this.
tips. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Record of malice. Yeah,
Yeah,
record of
I remember that name. Yeah.
injury and fiery. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, we done it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. You guys all ready? We're gonna start now.
Not really.
Panic or murders. It could be either. Yeah, it could be cover up or another
Six.
fucking dimension or some shit. Who fucking knows?
Oh, oops, wrong. Uh, 666.
All right. The body wasn't there. The police didn't arrest me because of that, but I didn't know whether to
Well,
feel happy about it. Oh, you're able to see the screen share, right? Index.
yeah, I'm looking at the screen share.
Okay, good. Just like
I lied because I was looking at my Sudoku puzzle.
just like Satoko had said, I failed to kill her uncle. The body wasn't there, so I was forced to conclude as much. No matter what strange natural disaster, coincidence, or miracle it might have implied. In order to free Satoko, I became a demon. And this abnormal world was my reward. Yes, metaphorically, I had fallen into the demon world. But if that price had been in exchange for the life of Satoko's uncle, then that would have been fine. Since
Well, that's
Satoko...
kind of weird because, like,
What's up?
even the cop thought he murdered him.
Yeah, so... It seems like they're in... I guess they're in the same dimension. It could just be someone dug it up and moved it. That's not too far-fetched to believe, right?
I mean, this is like Higurashi, so
I mean, it's not...
evening cicadas.
Since Satoko's uncle was still alive, still shackling her to him, I needed to become a demon once again. Oh shit. One more time. No, as many times as it took. I would kill that man over and over again until Satoko was liberated. I'd already awoken. I looked at the clock to see that it was early in the morning, at just about 5. It was already light outside. Once I hardened my resolve to become a demon again, I could feel my whole body teeming with the awakened power once more. Time wasn't an issue. No matter what, I'd do it. I got myself up. The exhaustion for the past 2 days was completely swept away. I didn't even feel sleepy anymore either. I slowly rose and made sure my body was moving like I wanted it to. I could feel blood flowing through each and every one of my fingers.
Gross.
What's up?
I said gross. You can feel the blood flowing through his fingers. Gross.
Like all 11 of them?
What 11 fingers?
What?
Oh my gosh.
What?
Never mind.
As I got dressed, I let my mind wander. I had a strange thought. These 2 days, while I've said it was for Satoko's sake, the only thing on my mind has been killing. I've said it was for Satoko, but while actually carrying out the act, I had completely forgotten about Satoko, albeit only temporarily. Maybe initially it was for Satoko's sake, but now I was just a demon, killing for the sake of killing. And as a result, I'd sunk into a world fit for such a demon. Maybe it was...
Dark brooding.
Maybe it was the same for Satoshi. He resolved himself to kill his aunt to save Satoko, became a demon, then disappeared from the sunlight Hinamizawa, vanishing into the demon world. Which meant that, after all was said and done, I'd met the same fate as him. I'd tried to avoid making the same mistakes, but it happened anyway. Which meant that maybe Satoshi was here. Satoshi had come to this world a year before me, so he would be here somewhere. Then, surprised, I stopped walking. There was the second set of footsteps I've grown used to hearing. Could you be Satoshi? The empty, lifeless air wouldn't give me an answer. But I felt a strange kind of relief that there was someone there, that Satoshi had stuck with me the whole time. Let's go, Satoshi. One more. This time we will set Satoko free for sure. We're gonna kill him again. Double murder? Double homicide? I
think it counts.
I quietly slipped out of the house so my parents wouldn't notice. They caught me now, when I'd be out of the way too late for 2 days now. They give me really angry talking to. I didn't have the time to allow for that to happen. Today, I would put an end to it. If the dead body disappeared, then I didn't have to bury it. I could just burn it to ashes, and then take them with me. So I'd kill him again every time he resurrected. I'd do it again. I'd kill him again. And this time, I'd set her free. Outside, the morning light was so beautiful as to stagger belief. I went to the storage room to find weapons which I could kill him for sure. Blunt or not, it didn't matter to me. Right now, I didn't need to care whether someone saw or the police came. This world has gone crazy after all. A world where I'd shown up at the festival and had fun, even though I wasn't there. Even if the police arrested me, I'd probably end up going right back home as if nothing had happened. Both me and the other Keiichi Maibara. Congrats, Cold Club! Congrats on redeeming first! Yay!
First.
Even without me, he'd fill in. I could vanish from Hinamizawa without anyone noticing. So basically, I didn't care if I was mistakenly killed. Even if I died, Keiichi Maibara would remain. After all, this isn't the world I belong in.
That's a scary thought.
Yeah. If I was going to be killed mistakenly for Satoko's sake, then that was just part of my duty as her Nini. As those desperate thoughts became serious, the morning air felt more refreshing to me, strangely enough. Oh, this one's scary. Let's go with this. It was a hatchet meant for chopping thick firewood. Its hefty steel blade was sinister, almost as though it was a tool meant for killing people. I couldn't exactly take it out in public like that, so I wrapped it a little in some old newspaper and tossed it in the basket on my bike. Sorry for using you for evil all the time. I'll need you again today, my legs. I apologize to my bike for some reason. For the past 3 days, I've only used it for dangerous things. I've been riding this bike ever since I lived in my old town. I could walk most places I wanted to go, so I hadn't used it all that much. My mom had bought it for me when I entered cram school, thinking it would be a convenient way to get to the station, since it was far away. So I'd always used it to go back and forth from cram school. I'd only ever put textbooks and class materials in the front basket, too. I'd never try to put a hatchet that I'd be using to kill someone in there. Well, that's a first. First time for everything. When I came to Hinamizawa, life finally felt fun. I met the best friends ever and had some of the greatest times ever. Those times might have been shattered now, but it was my greatest wish that I could get them back, even if I had to risk my life to do it. That's how fun those times had been. I killed someone, and now I was at it again, needing to kill someone. Murder was a crime. I didn't believe that people should ever think murder is okay. But still, the times I'd had were enjoyable enough for me to commit such a crime. My friends were irreplaceable, and the time spent with them a treasure. Hanging out, laughing, sometimes tricking each other, but always in a friendly way. I didn't fear committing any crime as long as it was for the sake of taking back those times that gave my heart so much pleasure. Yes, this was a value I decided to uphold. It wasn't something I learned from a school teacher. It was a noble path that I chose for myself. I thought back to when I'd first come to Hinamizawa. About how on the very first day, Satoko had welcomed me via a blackboard eraser with a rock in it. That welcome really surprised the heck out of me. What's up?
Wait, what?
What?
Look at me with a blackboard eraser with a rock in it?
Yeah.
That's violent!
Yeah, she plays a lot of pranks.
Is that a prank or is that assault?
Both.
Okay.
That welcome really surprised the heck out of me.
I bet.
She would laugh, get angry, cry. She was never boring. She was obviously the most childlike one among us, but she was actually lively, full of vim and vigor, and good at meddling in other people's business. That went for Mion, Rena, and Rika-chan too. Wasn't Satoko one at the center of everyone's laughing and banter? Satoko would try to look cool. Then Mion would make fun of her endlessly. Then Satoko would cry, which would put Rena in a state of ecstasy. Rika-chan would be greatly delighted. And I happened to get mixed up in it. We would always fool around like that. It was lonely when someone wasn't around, but if I had to name one for whom it was the worst, it would have been Satoko. Wait a minute. Ice, they said two magic words that are among us.
Hmm?
Say what? Two magic
Hmm?
words among us? I guess they did, I think.
I wasn't paying good enough attention, apparently.
Oh, Index. It was lonely when someone wasn't around, but if I had to name one for whom it was the worst, it would have been Satoko. Her smile was everyone's smile. Ever since she stopped smiling, so did the rest of us. And for the rest of us, not smiling was the same as dying. It was just like when I was silently going to cram school every day just to maintain my unchanging test scores. So, basically, we were nothing when she wasn't smiling. She was full of hot air, but she was our princess, cute and unhateable. In that case, I was her knight, searching for the dragon's castle in order to win her smile back. Knights, of course, use swords. The awesome two-handed kind. I'm probably the only knight in the history of the world to be taking someone on with a thick, rusty hatchet. Then I saw an old person on the ridge of the field waving to me. Oh my! Eiichi-kun! Out for a morning ride, I see. Good morning. I
I'm
reflexively...
definitely not trying to kill anyone.
No, not sus at all. I reflexively waved back in a refreshing way. Could I really have been feeling so happy, waving like that? The Toko's house would be right past this road, going beyond the rice paddies. Uh-oh. The cicadas had woken me up too, and the next thing I knew, I was the audience to their daily chorus. Hey, a hatchet is a hatchet. Yeah, it'll get the job done. I gave
Yeah, have
myself...
you ever read the book Hatchet?
No, I haven't actually.
It'll get the job done.
What?
Mhm.
Is that... is that like
Yeah.
a line from the book?
No, in Hatchet, the guy gets his arm stuck under a rock and he cuts it off with a hatchet.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I read it when I was like, I think 10. Stuck with me ever since then because it was frightening.
It seems like a really hardcore thing to read as a kid.
Super hardcore.
I gave myself a hit or two in the head, and drove away my merry morning mood.
Mm.
I took a deep breath, then tilted my head back, calling my pointless excitement. The body wasn't there. Its absence either meant my killing him had been an illusion, or that I'd killed him and he'd risen from the dead. If I was at the festival, then maybe I should have considered it illusion. Coach probably thought that way, which is why he treated me like a lunatic. But it being an illusion was just impossible. I killed him without a doubt. Without a doubt. If that had been an illusion, then that would make all of this Hinamizawa I was in right now an illusion. What's up, Shinobi? If that was the case, then there's how it would end up. I was actually in a vegetative state due to a traffic accident, and I was currently dreaming in a hospital bed. About how great it would be to spend time with his friends in the rice paddies like these. That was a terrifying thought, though. If this wasn't an illusion, then the only possible answer was that he'd resurrected. It could make him a literal monster. But if he was such a monster, then I was no less than a monster myself. I didn't hesitate to kill someone, and I could even wield curses. The Kano-san had died probably because I'd cursed her. Or maybe that was a little much. If Coach and Oishi died too, like I'd cursed them to yesterday, then I'd believe it. I set my bicycle aside and went to take a look. His motorbike wasn't here. Of course it wasn't. I sent it down the hill that night, throwing it into the Onagafuchi swamp. Or maybe just how the corpse wasn't there. Maybe the motorbike didn't get thrown into the swamp either? The fact his bike wasn't here might have been because he had gone to town and hadn't come back. Not necessarily because I'd thrown it into the swamp. If her uncle wasn't around, then that was convenient on its own. Then I would just show myself in, then wait for him to return, sharpening my hatchet. If he was there. Forgotten sensation came back to my gut. A feeling of tension rose within me. The sensation was like poison, dulling my actions, but it could also be the trigger to allow me to awaken my superhuman, otherworldly self. I held the hatchet, still wrapped in newspaper. Its weight in my hands was profound, sinister and reliable. If I hadn't put on my watch, so I didn't know what time it was, but it was probably still a little before 7. Satoko would probably be awake, preparing breakfast and her lunch. But our uncle would probably still be lazing around in bed. A guy like him probably would have stayed up late drinking, and probably always slept until noon. I considered ringing the doorbell and having Satoko open the door for me. But if her uncle woke up at the sound, I'd waste my chance of him still being asleep. If Satoko saw me sneaking inside without ringing the doorbell, she'd be surprised. If I ran into her, what would I say? I've come to kill your uncle for you, so stay quiet. No, I couldn't do that. That would be like making Satoko responsible for his death. Be quiet and wait outside. Maybe that would do it. How would Satoko react to that? He would probably try and get me to give up on killing him. I would have to lie somehow to get her to go outside. Satoko didn't need to know that a murder was going to occur in this house. I couldn't quite think of a good lie to tell her, but I couldn't do much just standing around like this. I made up my mind and grabbed the doorknob. Then slowly turned it and pulled. It wasn't locked. The gap between the door and the wall steadily grew larger. The chain wasn't even on. The oppressive smell of life in Satoko's house hit me. At the entrance, there were a few pairs of shoes and sandals. I couldn't tell whether he was here or not just by looking at them. I could hear a television on somewhere. Television was in the messy dining room. There was food scattered about the table, giving an impression of decidedly different from a happy family's mealtime. Meals were for eating food while thanking the person for making it. Meaning whatever occurred in this dining room wasn't a meal. Nobody in sight. No sight of anyone either. But with the television on, he must have been close. Could he have anticipated my coming and be hiding, waiting for me? The tension I felt was so thick, so tight, that I thought it would choke me. The newspaper wrapping up the hatchet's thick blade didn't hamper its power at all. I tightened my grip on it, and then, very carefully, took a look around. Where had those peaceful feelings from before I arrived had here gone? Even the sound of sweat bubbling on my brow got on my nerves. And then, I looked at the table and realized something. This wasn't breakfast. The grains of boiled rice were all hard and dried up. Then, was it last night's dinner? I left the dining room, keeping vigilant, went down the hallway, and found the stairs to the second floor. When that man was playing with his friends, he looked out of a second-story window. It was highly possible that room was his own, and that he slept there. I tiptoed up the edges of the stairs, quietly, climbing without making a sound. I couldn't hear any kind of snoring. I didn't hear anything up there. I went through a few rooms, slowly and quietly opening the paper doors, checking inside. But I still couldn't find anyone around. To search more efficiently, I got down on the floor and pressed my ear right up to it. I could hear the television in the dining room and a low hum, perhaps of boiling water? It was then that I started to harbor some feelings of suspicion. This house wasn't right. It seemed like people had been here since the TV was on, but it wasn't normal for nobody to be around this early in the morning. I silently descended the stairs and went back into the dining room. I looked at the food scattered about. Completely dried up rice. An overturned bowl of miso soup. The package for a side dish bought at the supermarket. I could tell Satoko had definitely been the one who made this. The food was far from Mion's perfection or Rena's gentleness. It was sincere. Judging by how she cooked for me at my house, and from the type and amount of side dishes, I deduced the meal was from last night. The numbers were stamped into the food package read 830620. June 20th, 1983. That was yesterday. And there was food for two, which meant that this was last night's dinner. Satoko's uncle would have been here then. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't even think about saying the word impossible again. Anyway, her uncle was here last night. That much was the truth. He had found fault with Satoko's food, thrown the bowl of miso soup, and flung the rest everywhere. Hidden deep within my feelings of calm and composure was lit a flame of anger and curse. Should I have ever shown this man any mercy? Bump. I heard the sound again. The one from like before, like a water boiler. Where was it coming from? The first floor? Where? The bathroom, maybe? I could hear the noise coming from the other side of the frosted glass at the far end of the changing room. It had to have been the sound of boiling water boiler from the bath. Steam was enshrouding the glass door, and the heat from it was leaking into the changing room where I was standing, too. My misgivings deepened. People didn't normally take a bath this early in the morning. If one did, then it would mean that in this house, time had been stopped ever since some moment last night. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Was it being reheated? The water boiler in the bathroom had been active this whole time. I checked in a clothing basket and saw Satoko's familiar uniform stuffed in it. Matador wrecked my ass royally in Nocturne, so I'm putting you on my computer instead of my tablet. Matador? I don't know what that is. What's Matador? Index, you know what that is?
No, I don't.
The heck is Matador? In Nocturne? What? He's a Matador, but he's undead. What are you talking about, Elise?
Is it like a game?
He's a hard boss fight in... Oh, Shin Megami Tensei. Never touch any of those series. God, a lot of games I never played.
I'm on Sudoku puzzle number 3 now.
Ooh, go Index. Way to go.
You
want to read some of this, or...?
No, keep going. I think my part's gonna be up soon.
Hopefully. The uniform had stains and dried rice stuck to it. Certainly not something she could wear today. It was probably from the miso soup at the dinner table yesterday. I looked hard at the frosted glass, but I couldn't see anything through all the steam. And then, an electric surge ran through my mind, and a terrible premonition came over me. Could she? She couldn't possibly have been in there since last night. That would be impossible. But no. In Hinamizawa right now, nothing was impossible. I gulped audibly, then quietly pulled aside the glass door. Oh god. Hot, steaming air burst out of the slight opening. The fan wasn't on in the changing room, so it went completely white with steam. Just as the hot vapor poured in the changing room, cooler air also flew into the room with the bath. And I just heard, due to being hit by that air, a very weak moan. That was all I needed to know who it was. Satoko! No answer. Satoko was in the bathtub, surrounded by a thick layer of rising steam. The top half of her body was leaning over the edge of the tub, and she was passed out. The water boiler kept on making a whistling noise, as if angered. I could see the gas flame through a small window. It was roaring at full force, completely blue. Satoko's entire body was boiling red and flaccid, as though her bones had melted away. Flaccid, what's that mean? Like dried out, or?
No.
Oh, like limp.
Yeah.
Okay.
When your pee-pee not hard, it's flaccid.
Okay, because I thought about that. I was like, wait a minute, flaccid something for the pee-pee.
Yeah, when your pee-pee... When your pee-pee not hard, it flaccid.
When your pee-pee no got blood in it.
Uh-huh. Yep. That's what flaccid means.
Oh god.
There you go.
Vocabulary with Index Chan. She was almost like a doll as she laid there unconscious. I wasn't sure how many seconds passed as I stared in complete bafflement. I came back to my senses and promptly shut off the boiler. Then, I dragged Satoko's small body out of the bathtub. The water in it was as hot as the water in public baths. Was she in the boiling water the entire night? She'll die. She'll die. Would you die from that?
If it's boiling, yes.
If you're in there a whole night?
You could, if you could, theoretically, so you get into heat exhaustion territories. You need to be laid down in a cool area, probably something hitting your vagus vagus nerve that would cool you down. You need to have a cool towel placed over your chest to cool down your organs so that they don't cool down too quickly. And then you need to be hydrated.
Jesus. Yep. It was like she got a...
That's why if you've ever been to a hot spring, you need to take water with you.
Alright.
Stay hydrated, fellas.
Is it like heat stroke then? Where you like sweat out all the fluids in your body?
Yeah, it's like heat stroke.
Okay. Extremely hot baths give me life? What? Slowly heating up over a long time, like killing the frog, except I'm the frog and I don't die? What?
So. I get it.
At least
I get it.
Hot water, I guess?
Yeah.
Strangely, the Ice Emperor likes hot showers. I don't know why.
I like hot showers too.
I don't know why.
There's just something so calming about a hot shower, you know?
Like, I've had, like sore muscles and shit, aches and pains, right? And then hot shower would, like, make it go away. I don't know why.
If you ever come out to my state, we can go to some hot springs.
Oh, you have hot springs over there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm so down.
Because, like, Yellowstone used to be in Utah.
Right.
So, yeah. We also used to be a giant lake. Bigger than Lake Michigan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Satoko's body was lighter than I'd expected as I laid her on the floor and wrapped her in a towel. Pangu, if you put a frog in water and slowly heat it up until it boils, the frog won't notice the water getting hotter and will let itself get boiled alive. Oh, wow. I didn't know frogs did that. They have they have no heat sense?
Most things will, like lobsters and that type of stuff. Most animals, including humans, won't notice that the water's getting hotter.
Really? Until it's too late?
Yeah, because you just don't recognize it as more intense heat.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Satoko's body
Katamudo 101 with Index.
Satoko's body was lighter than I expected as I laid her on the floor and wrapped her in a towel. I went back in the bathroom and opened up the vent, creating a path for a cool breeze to come through. Upon the breeze hitting her, Satoko moaned again. It'll be alright, Satoko. It's me, Keiichi. You understand? Can you hear me? Satoko recognized me and muttered a response, but I couldn't really tell what she was saying. Her eyes were muddy and unfocused. I could tell she was incompletely conscious. Upon closer inspection, her limbs and waist were twitching slightly. This was way worse than overheating. This was dangerous. Didn't they call that heat stroke? Think. What would the teacher do if a girl passed out in the middle of the summer doing a marathon in gym class or something? I turned the water faucet in the kitchen all the way on and soaked a wet towel in it. Then I took the cold towel and pressed it to Satoko's forehead. Satoko reacted harshly to the coldness and let out a muffled voice. For burns, right, you would soak the burn spot under running water. Then, could I run Cold water in the shower and cool her off like that? No. If it was that sudden, it wouldn't be good for her heart, and she'd go into shock. I think I read that once before.
Yep. You can go into shock.
So you gotta ease them into it, right?
Yeah. Same with hypothermia. If you get too warm too quickly, your heart and organs don't catch up, and you'll go into shock and you can have a heart attack.
Jesus. Lobsters don't feel it at all. Their nervous systems aren't advanced enough. Lobsters' nervous systems aren't even advanced enough to be brains, lol. Stupid floppy armored babies. I never thought to call lobsters that. That's funny. That's funny.
I mean, they're at least not. I don't think lobsters are as dumb as koalas, though.
But koalas like the dumbest things ever.
Yeah, they're very smooth brain. If you took, so they only eat the leaves off of one tree. If you took the leaves off that tree and you gave it to them, they couldn't recognize it as food. They would think that it wasn't even those leaves.
Ah.
That's how dumb they are.
Big doofuses, huh?
They're big dumps.
You're not supposed to mix the extremes at all, even though small burn, itching can kill the skin even more. Icing, it can kill the skin even more. I got a, I think it was a 3rd degree burn one time. Wait. 1st is worse than 3rd, right?
3rd degree burn is the worst.
Okay, I think I got a 2nd.
There are actually 4 different degrees of burns that you can get, including with hypothermia.
I think I got a 2nd degree on my arm.
Yeah.
It left a nasty scar, but I remember running like cold water on it, but I didn't feel anything because like I guess the nerves got all burned off or some shit.
Yeah, I've had 2nd degree frostbite. That's why I know a lot about cold stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. This was about as much nursing as I could possibly give her. Anything more than this would be too much for the likes of an amateur. What happened, Satoko? You alright now? Your Nini will save you for sure. Next.
Sorry. 5,039. 40.
What was Satoko reciting under her breath? I brought my ear to her mouth to better make out the mysterious spell-like words she kept saying. And at that moment, I understand what they were for. Satoko, you're counting? Why? People tell little kids in the bath to count to 100 a lot, right? Satoko was counting like that. But 5,039? You moron! How long were you supposed to count in your own bathtub?
And
I doubted my ears and doubted her common sense. 10,000? You're a freaking idiot! What kind of dumbass can count to 10,000? There's no way you could do that. You'd boil to death before you got that far. Why were you...
My uncle.
Last night, her uncle flew into a rage at dinner she'd made, saying it stunk and was inedible. Satoko didn't understand what on earth he meant. It wasn't much different than what she usually made for him. Maybe he hated the smell of the pickled vegetables she bought in particular. Her uncle then decided the stink was originating from Satoko, and shouted at her that she never ever took baths. And then, he put Satoko in the boiling water and told her not to come out until she counted to... Whoa! I'll kill you! Ah! I snapped and exploded. Raising the newspaper-wrapped hatchet, I stampeded through the house. I searched for anything. Traces, signs, smells, vibrations, heartbeats. With the war cry, I raced up the stairs with such force I could have stomped a hole through them. Then I found the futon in the room I thought to be your uncle's, and well aware he wasn't sleeping in it, I bashed it with the hatchet. Did he run into the closet? I'll burst the entire closet down, door and all. And if he's not there, maybe there's a secret door. Any switches or levels in the walls here. I smashed into the wall after wall with the hatchet, crushing them. Dust rose in the air, and broken pieces scattered about the floor. I smashed all the glass windows too, for good measure. Rage mode, fuck. After I destroyed everything beyond recognition in Uncle's room, my reason finally kicked in and suppressed my emotions. He just went like the fucking berserker in fucking Borderlands.
I get this, Keiichi, my bro.
Anyway, her uncle wasn't in the house right now. I'd have to leave killing him until later. Right now, I had to do something about Satoko. I went back to the changing room. Satoko
Man, I hate it when I can't murder the people I want to.
Yeah, it's such a buzzkill, man. Satoko was still lying limp on the floor. There was nothing more an amateur like me could do for her. I needed to take her to the clinic. Coach, it treated me like a lunatic yesterday and tried to lock me up in a mental hospital. I never wanted to see his damn face again, but I still needed to go to the infirmary one more time. I needed to have a doctor look at Satoko. I thought about putting her in the dirty uniform laying in the laundry basket, but I had no experience dressing someone, so it would be pretty difficult. Shit, I don't have time to be wasting her. I eventually gave up on clothing her and decided to carry her in a bath towel. The clinic was close to Satoko's house. It would be way faster to carry her than to call 119. What? 119 and get an ambulance. What the fuck? Is that what they do in Japan? Or is
Yeah,
this...
it's in different countries it's a different number. It's not 911, it's like 119 or
Ah.
yeah.
I thought this was like the fucking translators messing with us or something.
Nope.
Huh. Interesting. I threw the biggest towel I could over her and prompted her to stand. Can you stand? I'll carry you over to the clinic.
Thank you.
Her words sounded clearer than before. She was starting to come back. I cried tears of relief just knowing she'd improved even a little bit. Satoko turned over so she was lying on her face, and then put up a weak struggle to get up on a knee. I smoothly swept her up and put her on my back. The towel I put on her seemed like it was about to fall off.
The towel. It hurts.
We'll be there soon. It won't be long, so stay strong. It didn't hurt one bit to carry Satoko. She was light. Too light. The lightness actually made me uneasy. Outside, it had gotten hotter as though eager to attack Satoko. Fucking cicadas. Why did it have to choose this morning to get so hot out? I didn't have time to swear at them. The clinic was this way. Hoisting Satoko on my back, I broke into a trot. Must save Satoko.
Me too. This makes me sad.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, stories of abuse can do that, huh?
Yeah.
The hilly road to the clinic, with which I had never had difficulties before, now torturous. Big beads of sweat formed on my brow, and at some point, my breath had grown faint. The hatchet in my belt was heavy and made it hard to walk. I considered leaving it, but I couldn't let it go. At least not while Satoko's uncle was still breathing. The signboard for the Irie clinic came into sight, but I quickly noticed something was odd, so I stopped. Several red revolving lights were flashing in the clinic. 3 police cars were parked in the parking lot with their lights on. There didn't need to be much else to inform me something had happened. I didn't want to see Coach, so I'd planned to leave Satoko in the clinic waiting room and give for the receptionist a message. But with that police officer Oishi here, I couldn't go inside so carelessly. Yeah, carrying a half-naked girl and a fucking hatchet.
Yeah? I mean, what's going on? Why are there so many police cars?
I gently put Satoko down on the shade of the thicket. I don't know. I'll go see what happened, so you stay here for a moment.
Maybe a lady in a place like this wearing nothing but a bath towel? Simply unforgivable.
If we can still fire off those insults, you'll be fine. I'll be right back, I added, getting to my feet. Cautious of my surroundings, I hid myself behind a car and got closer to the officers grouped at the clinic's entrance. I overheard an officer wearing a necktie, probably their leader, and a white-robed doctor having a discussion about something. The doctor didn't seem to be Coach. It was one of those who Coach told to make the tea yesterday. So you were the first one to find it, since you were on morning duty. So then, what did it look like? He was sitting on the sofa in the head office. He looked like he was taking a nap. There was a jug, an empty bottle of sleep medication on his desk. We immediately thought he had tried to commit suicide with it. What else? His high temperature and dilated pupils indicated a severe disturbance of consciousness. It seems like a typical case of sleeping pill poisoning, so I immediately began to treat him. Without calling the police or an ambulance? This is a hospital, and I am a doctor. Since his life was in danger, it's my job to treat him at once. Yes, I understand. Okay, what else? His breathing was in disarray, so I put him on a respirator. I also administered breathing stimulants. It had no effects, so I prepared a medical ventilator and... Right. So, in other words, you did what you could, but it wasn't enough. That's it, right? You reported this as soon as he died? Yes. It was very unfortunate that we were unable to save him. Just then, a radio in one of the police cars started to buzz, producing a broken, mechanical voice. This is HQ. Komiyama-san, can you hear me? Over. Hello. This is Komiyama. We've come up with something. It looks like he committed suicide with sleeping pills. No notes or anything. Suicide? What the heck were they talking about? Someone had committed suicide at the clinic? But who?
I hope it's the uncle.
I wish Takano-san dead, and she died the next day. And yesterday, I wish Koshi was dead. Then, could he have... Did he use sleeping medication regularly? I don't really know. Did he normally complain that he was tired or wanted to die? Well, Yurei-sensei was normally so, well, himself. He never acted like that. So I was right. Yurei-sensei. We're talking about Coach. Coach killed himself. Why would he do that? There couldn't have been any reason he wanted to die. The only reason that came to mind was that I wanted him dead. He killed the cougar? What? He used his magic juju to kill him. This world was insane. If I wanted someone dead, they'd die. That was the kind of world this was. Then, what about Oishi? What happened to him? If people really died because I wanted them to, then something should have happened to him too. I've sent you back up. The chief wants you to leave the rest of them and get back to searching for Oishi's car. Yes, sir. Please excuse me then. It looks like we're getting relieved here, so please leave everything as it is right now. Alright, let's go. The officers nodded and split up into the patrol cars. Did they just say, searching for Ishi's car?
I think that would be...
Searching for his car? That meant he had gone missing? Nakano-san, Coach, and Oishi. When I wished for it, the very next day, they disappeared. What were you gonna say, Index?
I think that would be really, like, terrible, you know, like, as, like, a punishment, like a punishment in, like, hell or something, to be able to kill anyone except for the person you actually wanted to kill.
Oh, that'd be pretty bad. That'd be like
Because remember, he can't kill the uncle, but he's killed all these other people.
We don't know if he's still alive or not. Well, actually, we don't know shit really about what's going on. This world is topsy-turvy right now. But yeah, that would be a pretty shitty curse. Now, no matter how angry you were when you said you wish someone was dead, it didn't normally happen. Everyone knew just wishing for it wouldn't make them dead, and that's why people could utter such curses so lightly. But the curses I uttered were being granted. At the time, I hadn't even been walking, and yet, tap. I heard a footstep. And it wasn't only one this time. Tap, tap. They came from behind. And they stood right behind me, reaching a hand for my shoulder.
Would you mind telling me what's going on?
Ugh! Satoko, don't scare me like that.
I'm the one scared here. I'd prefer it if you didn't shout so suddenly.
It was Satoko. Her eyes were still unstable and focused, but she seemed able to at least walk on her own now. She looked far better now compared to her earlier exhausted state. How do you feel? Are you better?
My head still hurts. But I can't stay outside looking like this forever. I'm still a girl, you know.
She gave me a smile, a show of courage, but her legs were still shaky.
Anyway, what on earth is going on? From what I just heard the police talking about,
Coach apparently committed suicide.
what?
Toko was at a loss for words. Her face grew paler and paler, and I could tell she was doubting her own ears.
Daiichi-san, is that true? Did I mishear you?
That's what I heard. They said Ide-sensei killed himself with sleeping pills. Satoko went down on her knees and broke out in tears.
It can't be. Kochi would never kill himself.
As I watched Satoko...
Not unless it was between someone's thighs.
Oh! As I watched Satoko crying and clawing at the grass, I felt myself trapped by guilt and remorse. I got so angry that Coach was treating me like a madman yesterday, that he betrayed me, that I thought he'd be better off dead. Old-fashioned shrink pills were, not good. What? But even Coach, who, to me, deserved to die, still must have had people who loved and respected him. Like Satoko here. In my selfish, egotistical anger, I wished for his death, and it was granted. And now Satoko is crying hysterically as a result. People accidentally OD'd on them. Oh, really? Accidentally? Don't you have to take a shitload of pills to do that? That's why we use melatonin gummies now. Huh, can't OD on those, huh?
I mean, not as easily.
I mean, don't you have to take a shitload of sleeping pills to fucking poison yourself?
I mean, you're not wrong.
I mean, how do you accidentally do that? Seems pretty deliberate. The guilt tore at my heart. I worked myself up to murder for Satoko's sake. They're a hormone instead of a, like, fucking paralysis agent. Oh, shit. I decided I wanted Satoko to be happy. But Was that really all it took? Murder meant taking someone's life. It meant making everyone attached to that person sad. In Satoko's uncle's case, of course, nobody would be sad. So I didn't feel a sense of guilt at all. But Coach's death was different. I had wanted to make Satoko happy, and that had resulted in me inflicting a deep sadness upon her, hadn't it? But Coach killed himself. It wasn't my...
Sobble, sobble.
Satoko still hadn't stopped crying, but she seemed to be a little calmer now. Wiping her tears, she stood up. I'm sorry. The only thing I could think of to say to her was an apology.
Why are you apologizing?
Well, yesterday, I, got into a fight with Coach. And I thought that I wanted him to die. I wanted it so he really... Satoko looked at me dubiously for a few moments. Eventually, her expression softened as she interpreted my words in her own way.
It isn't your fault, Kiichi. You're just a dumb piece of shit. Coach was an adult too. He felt like there was something he had to give his life for, and then chose to do so after a lot of worry and suffering. It's not anyone's fault.
She smiled a little, trying to comfort me.
I don't want you to be like this forever. I want some clothes.
Are you okay? Didn't you get someone at the clinic to...
I won't die from putting on clothes before going.
Satoko readjusted her bath towel and started back along the path. Her stride was wobbly, and it didn't look like she recovered as much as she let on. At first, Satoko tried to go back home, but it was a time in the morning when people were going to school and to work, so after seeing people walking around, she thought better of it. She must have been pretty embarrassed wearing only the towel.
Yeah, I would be too.
Yeah.
Kiichi, I'm going to Rika's house. My clothes should be there. What's wrong? Kiichi-san.
Satoko noticed how I was hanging my head and spoke to me. Higurashi predicted Sobble. Oh shit.
Funny how he might have come off. Coach was an adult, alright? Bolt into little kids.
Yeah.
He would certainly not have killed himself after a petty fight with you, Kiichi-san. I mean, he could have killed you after that fight. Please stop blaming yourself.
Oh, hey, Solaris. What's up, dude? Good time to come in.
What up?
Are you familiar with Higurashi, Solaris? At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but with 3 people now, I couldn't discard the possibility. Hey, Willogos, welcome. Great timing coming in where Toko's wearing a bath towel. Very much so. Oh goodness, what a great time to come in. Doko here was put in a bathtub for a whole night and morning in boiling hot water and almost died from heat exhaustion. And then Keiichi was carrying her in a bath towel to the doctors. And then there was a bunch of cops there. And then they decided not to because Satoko was feeling better. And now she wants to put on clothes. Great place to come in. At first,
Wonder-filled.
At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but with 3 people now, I couldn't discard the possibility. There was no such thing as impossible in this world. These past few days haven't made any sense.
What hasn't?
Satoko seemed to be having trouble breathing, but she still tried to listen to what I had to say. At the Watanagashi festival the day before last, you went home on the way there, right? And I went there and had a lot of fun.
Hmm? So it would seem.
Oh shit. I gotta stretch and hydrate. Oh, let's stretch.
I'm gonna be a rebel and not stretch with you.
What?
Yeah,
How could you, Index? You were my stretch.
easily.
You were my stretching buddy, Index. How could you?
Ah, fine. Let me stretch. Maybe I'll get my arm put back in the socket.
Oh, all my bones. All my bones cracking.
There we go.
I actually need to go get some water. Let me go take a bathroom break real quick, actually.
Okay.
I'll be right back, folks.
All right. Bon voyage.
Oof. Well, I'm back.
Oh, good. You're back.
Okay.
Nice.
Now I can hydrate. Let me get my water.
Oh, sweet. I definitely wasn't tired at all.
You weren't taking a nap?
Anything. Yeah, no, I wasn't. That would be
Oh, you
that
know
would be
what?
bad.
We're gonna do the Steam Code raffle now. Yay! Everybody in chat wants to enter, type in towel. Like Satoko is wearing a towel. Type in towel.
Hentai.
No. No! Don't call me that. Okay, Elise.
Yeah, oh, I'm fine.
Pango
What's
is a
this up?
hentai. No, I'm not. I'm not a hentai.
Oh, damn it. Now I got glitter all over me.
Pango is not a hentai.
Penguin just likes penguin hentai.
And Pango? What? What? What the fuck? Ah.
What? I have these little tiny plastic jars.
Alright, anybody else wants to enter? I'll give you 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright. Congratulations, Dodo! Yay! You know the drill, Dodo, my man.
Dodo, my boy.
My boy. Alright, here you go, Dodo. Pick a game from the list. Any game, it's yours. Yay! DM to me which one you want. Alrighty, let's continue.
Okay.
Did you read this? I don't remember.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I do apologize for getting so upset at you about it.
Toka remembered how she blew up at me in the middle of classroom yesterday and bowed to me a little. If I said I actually didn't go to the festival at all, would you believe me? Toko looked at me, confused. She couldn't help it, of course.
Of course I wouldn't believe you. What are you on about? Are you doing drugs again?
Damn it, Keiichi, what I tell you about the drugs? You wouldn't, right? I don't believe it either. I mean, I didn't go to the festival, but everyone's saying I hung out with them there. Nobody would believe it, right?
Are you being serious?
Yeah. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, everything's been messed up. These weird footsteps started following me everywhere. The blood drained from Satoko's expression.
Footsteps following?
Yeah. I
Are
thought
you
it
sure
was...
you're not on crack?
They have the drugs, Keiichi. Yeah.
She might borrow my friend. Are you sure you're not taking drugs? Because it seems like you might be taking drugs.
That would explain a lot, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was just my imagination at first, but they stayed with me. They're probably still there. I can't tell them apart now because of your footsteps, though. Toko took a long and hard look at me. Maybe she was doubting my sanity. Coach did the same thing. Keiichi takes one huff of the mildest weed and then goes on a rampage like Michael does in GTA 5, thinking they're aliens. I still haven't played GTA 5. I need to. Hey, Kitten Shop, welcome, buddy. Welcome. How you
Hey,
doing?
Ken.
Kitten Shop. I'm doing that
You
donathon this Sunday,
missed
Kitten.
raffle.
Oh yeah, you missed the raffle just now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kitten. But yeah, Donathon's this Sunday, everybody. I hope to see you all there. 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. PDT.
I don't know if I have the day off.
It's fine, Index. You can be excused. Coach did the same thing. I mean, why wouldn't he, after telling him this? The more I thought about it, the more I was unable to endure the feeling that my hatred for Coach had been meaningless. On the day of Watanagashi, I didn't go. I was doing something else. The whole time. I wasn't sleeping or unconscious or anything. So it's not possible that I walked to the festival half asleep and forgot about it afterwards.
That's quite strange.
It's like he's... She's like, I just want to get some clothes on, okay? Jeez.
Then how are you at the festival?
It's okay, Penguin, in bed on Sunday, but I'm donating for your PC part. What do you mean? Well, yeah. That's the goal. Get the PC. That's what I mean. I didn't go to the festival. No. I can't let myself get emotional. If I get agitated now, that'd be like proving that there's something wrong with my head. Sorry. Well, nobody believes me, so yeah.
If this is what you say, Keiichi, then I'll believe you. Then what?
Not for the other thing like the command they want to add. Oh, that shit. Oh my god. God damn it. Index?
What?
The other day I learned what a bussy is. Do you know
What's
what
a bussy?
Oh, God. Are you asking that seriously or not?
Which one makes me look less say-so?
Less say so as knowing what it is.
Oh, boy. Oh, okay. Thanks, Elise. Now I know.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a butthole. It's a... Why do they call it a bussy? Why did they have to do that? The other day I didn't know what the fuck that meant. I thought it was like a... another word for pussy.
I thought so too. Mm-hmm. Hi, Index is a baby. It's all okay.
I told him if someone donated $1,000, I'd make it a command to redeem that. Where I said bussy. Or I played the clip where I was like, what the heck is that? Because it's the bust pussy a boy has. It's beautiful. No, that's not called a pussy. It's a butthole. There's no pussy. No, it's just a butthole. Penguinus. No, we just have cloacas. We don't have that.
You just have the fractured butthole.
Pretty much.
That's actually a really good game.
What?
The fractured butthole.
Oh, the South Park game. I get it.
Yeah, South Park game.
I haven't played that one. I only played the Stick of Truth.
I haven't played it, but I've seen an entire playthrough of it. Looks like a good game to me. I'm like, that actually seems fun.
It was like a grid-based RPG, turn-based RPG, I think.
Yeah. I like that type of stuff.
Do you?
Yeah, and plus it has all the funny jokes in it.
Yeah, it's like the TV show. That night, I saw Takano-san. And it felt like she was looking down on me. So I made a wish. A wish that she would die.
Kano-san does have that sort of air about her, doesn't she? I can't say that I don't understand how you feel.
Did you know that Takano-san died? It happened yesterday. Apparently she was burned alive somewhere.
What? Is that true? She died?
I wished for her to die, and the next day, she was dead. And Oishi from the police, too. Do you know him? That annoying and fat detective guy. Satoko nodded a little. I heard from the police earlier, but apparently he went missing. And yesterday, actually, I, well, wished that he would die.
Is this all true?
Oh, damn it, I gotta... Okay, hydrate again.
Hydrate. At least they're not dehydrates.
No. Thanks, Dodo, for the redeem. If you
Bum, bum.
if you use it like a pussy, it's a pussy. No. No. You fucking kids these days and their stupid words they make. God.
Yeah. I think it's like a Fujoshi thing.
Oh, God. Is it? Jesus.
Yeah.
That's cursed.
I think it's come from the Funjoshis
Ugh.
and the Fujoshis, and it's just become like a thing for like
Ugh.
people to say.
I'm not lying. I don't want to believe it either, but it's true. Nakano-san, Coach, and Oishi, I wanted them dead, and then they really died. For a little while, Satoko was at a loss. A long silence ensued.
What a funny joke you've told me. What a scary story. I should be sure not to get on your bad side, Kiichi-san.
And that's not all. There's something even stranger. It's about your uncle.
I murdered his ass. I would rather you not talk about my uncle. Especially when I'm in a bath towel. I feel very uncomfortable.
She's like, I just want some fucking clothes. Can we get some fucking clothes? Jesus Christ.
Kiichi my Borat.
I'm not a Fujoshi, but I say bussy. Kids nowadays with their bussies. Back in my day, we called those things asses. Pretty much. Same long day and I started late because I overslept. Oh, you feeling better, kitten? After that semi concussion you had? Sounds pretty gnarly, man. I hope you're taking it easy.
Oh no.
Yeah, kitten had like a semi concussion, I think you said.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think you
Make sure you take care of that.
Yeah, he was
One
resting.
of my friends just had a concussion.
Got hit by a 2x4, I think you said, kitten. Fuck.
Sorry.
What?
That's terrible.
What the fuck? Index! Index! No! You're supposed to be baby.
I was just no.
That. Oh my god!
2x4, can't get out the door.
That's enormous!
I'm sorry.
I took all last week off. Okay, good.
Oh, that's good.
Once you get a concussion, it becomes easier to get another one, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's like it knocks your fucking brain out of place. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I don't like thinking
Man,
about that.
that's the real reason I have slimes. I'm playing with glitter.
Again?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Index.
I have problems.
Okay.
I like shiny things. It's not my fault. Shiny things are so pretty.
Oh my goodness. The only shiny things I like are the pretty blue lights on my computer.
Mine are all green.
You got the gross color.
Actually,
you got the booger color.
Well, so the one in my computer, I can actually change the LEDs for, and I've set them to green.
Well, set them to blue, and you'll have the right color.
No, I like green.
You like booger green?
Green is one of my favorite colors.
Really?
Yeah.
That would be white or something like that.
So I like silver, blood red,
Mhm.
cyan, and forest green, and like lime green.
Glitter is evil, it gets everywhere, I can't get rid of it. Like fucking Little Misfortune throwing that shit everywhere. My keyboard and
Sparkly.
my keyboard and mouse are gay. Blue light keeps you up. Is it like the rainbow colored keyboard and mouse? Is that what you mean gay?
Oh, my keyboard is rainbow colored.
I want to
I
get.
like it.
I want one of those. Not gonna lie. Really, I sleep in blue light sometimes. Yes. Okay.
Hey, Index, can I whisper you a question really quick? Yeah, sure.
He was there yesterday, right? At your house.
Me whisper me a question.
Questione.
Because I think you can do it on Twitter. Not Twitter, on Twitch. I think the only thing you really can't get a hold of me on, unless you're my friend, is Discord. What is it called, club? Whisper me questions.
It prevents your brain from naturally producing melatonin. What? Blue lights?
Uh,
Does it? I've heard of like mood lights.
I don't know.
Don't they have like mood lights for like seasonal depression or some shit? Is that what it
Uh,
does?
yes, they're at the same frequency as natural lighting.
I didn't know that it affected your brain's melatonin.
Yep. One second.
No, I haven't, at least. Well, your phone is a blue light filter. Oh shit. Wow. Shit. Melatonin's what helps you sleep, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you create melatonin naturally within your own brain as well.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And so it's created within the things called myelin sheaths within your brain. And some people, which is why some people have a really hard time with things like marijuana, is because it actually ends up eroding their myelin sheaths.
wow. I will remember to turn my blue lights off at night. Shit.
I only know that because that's what happened to my brother.
Oh
That's
really?
why some people get really bad pot. Like, you know the people who when they take pot they get like a really slow brain and like they'll be in the middle of a sentence and suddenly they'll continue talking as though they were talking the whole time, even though they just had a pause.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
because it's an erosion of their myelin sheaths.
Oh Jesus.
Kind of depends on the person. So,
The blue
but it
light
happened to like two of my friends and like my brother.
is it like permanent damage?
Your myelin sheaths are just they remake themselves, but it can happen. Just kind of depends.
Oof. Both of my parents had awful reactions to weed.
I
Me,
did too.
my first time I had a bad reaction. I started panicking. It was funny. I thought I was gonna go to jail.
I got really sick from it, but it's from the same genus as mint. It's in the same family as mint, so I'm allergic to it.
Uh-oh.
Mhm.
Okay,
Also,
Index.
I too got paranoid.
Oh, really? I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to jail. I was like, I'm
Every
gonna.
time someone would pass by me, I'm like, they know. They know.
Alright, you're up, Index.
Oh, can we please stop talking about him? I don't want to.
It's impossible. He he couldn't have been there.
I said stop talking about him. No. No.
That man couldn't have been there after the night of the Watanagashi. Because I
Murdered his ass. No. No more, please. No more about that man.
I killed him! With my own hands!
Suddenly she's like, wait a minute, what?
Even the cicadas stopped crying. Her face was streaked with tears, and it stiffened even more as she looked at me in disbelief. On the night of the Watanagashi festival, I killed your uncle. So, it's impossible that he could have gone back home. But still, he went back. And last night he found fault with the dinner you made him, yelled all sorts of things at you, and then basically boiled you in the bathtub. That couldn't possibly have happened. So I wanted to make sure I'd actually killed him. So yesterday, I went to dig up the corpse I buried. But the body wasn't there. Is that even possible? I killed him for sure, but there was no body. And he went home like nothing happened. Home to you, and that wasn't supposed to happen, was it? Satoko's entire body stiffened.
Assume that when you murder someone, that's not how it's supposed to happen.
No. She was shrinking away, like there was someone in front of her, about to hurt her. You probably think I've gone a little crazy, don't you?
Well, yeah, most certainly.
It's just maybe a little bit. I don't blame you. I can't believe it myself.
Keiichi, I think you're very confused after all the people you wished were dead coincidentally died. I'm just in shock at Coach's suicide, and you're really upset. I think you should stay home from school today and rest. I'll be fine, so please take care of yourself.
Satoko spoke like she understood me, but she also told me to go home. I could see the revulsion in her face. I knew that she didn't want to be around me anymore. Once I show you...
You did just say that you killed people, so, like, you know.
I didn't want to talk to you. Once I showed you to the clinic, I'll go home. Your legs are still shaking, aren't they? It'd be terrible if you collapsed halfway there.
Really, I'm fine now. I don't want to keep exposing myself to a man any more than this. Ooh, she just lumped him in with like...
Coach. He's like, I just want to put on some fucking clothes, god damn it. Makes sense, I fucking hate spearmint. Never try it. LML, what? Keiichi, why are you so stupid? This is the 80s, does he not know what PTSD is? Did they know what that was back then?
Yes, post-traumatic stress disorder was actually coined during the Vietnam War.
After the veterans came back and they're all fucked up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So that would be correct for this time period.
I mean, she already kind of, like, linked him to another man, at least by the head pat. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
She wobbled up the shrine steps, looking like she was about to fall. I immediately ran up to her and helped her stay on her feet. And then Satoko promptly jumped away from me. That outright rejection hurt a lot.
Yeah. Well, she has agoraphobia, so that would make sense.
Yeah. When she got to the top of the stairs, her breathing was ragged, and she wasn't even looking at me. At this point, I was being ignored. Well, it was more like she didn't want to have anything to do with me. It really was a feeling of rejection. And that hurt my heart more than any blade could have. This was the path I chose for her sake. To be treated like this at the end of it all was just so saddening. Don't be naive, Keiichi, my bar. A lot of Japan has been dismissive of mental health science, but I mean, come on. Don't do that shit, you know you can freak her out, yeah? Yeah, they really don't give a shit about mental health, huh?
Well, and I mean, he's also young. Like, yeah. I also don't think, like, he realizes...
Possibly.
Like, what the issue is. I think he, like, in his mind, he thinks it's the uncle. He doesn't think she would be associating him with the uncle. Because, oh, I'm a different person. Because, I mean, like, you have to understand, like, he's, what, 15?
Yeah.
he doesn't really have that same mental
in a society that doesn't particularly
awareness.
give a shit about
Yeah.
mental health.
Yeah.
I can kind of believe it, yeah.
Yeah. So it's both like unknowing and unawareness.
Yeah.
I mean, there are plenty of instances when when I was a kid where people just didn't understand like why I would be why you would be afraid, like why you would lump everyone in together, you know?
Yeah. Don't be naive, Keiichi Maibara. You never want to be repaid in the first place. You didn't do it so that Satoko would thank you. You did it so Satoko would be happy. And that was what led to this ending. Rika-chan's house was the disaster prevention storehouse used by the town council. If you went past it, a little further through the shrine grounds, you'd apparently reach the back of the assembly hall. Satoko was heading there, walking quickly, the gravel under her feet, they spelled that wrong, crunching as she went. Did she want to get there as soon as possible? Or did she want to run away? I couldn't tell.
Oh, Cloud, I feel you.
And then, I heard the vigorous sound of wings flapping. I turned around and saw a crow. I hadn't seen many crows since coming to Hinamizawa. I saw them a lot in my old town, though. On garbage day, they'd flock to trash collection points, peck through the bags with their beaks, drag out the contents, and have a feast. As I was remembering that, I saw a few crows flocking around the shrine's donation box. And I thought, how terrible it was for someone to leave a garbage bag in a place like that. Uh-oh. Cicadas quieted. Breathing stopped. Thoughts ceased. Even time came to a halt. I ran over to where the crows were flocking. I ran there in order to drive a horrible idea out of my mind. I definitely hadn't wanted this. There's no way I would ever wish for this even by mistake. This was not. When they noticed my vicious approach, the crows all flapped upwards, fleeing into the sky. When the crows' big black bodies flew away, they exposed the garbage bag. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, they are carrying birds.
What had I seen there? Jesus. Let's see. I'm gonna take a screenie.
I'm gonna take a screenshot. That is good art, though.
Yeah. What had I seen there? The scream had escaped my throat before I understood what I was looking at.
Yeah, our Meep daughter is dead.
What was this? Satoko came over as well, realizing something had happened. And she looked over my shoulder, and she screamed as well. This wasn't... The garbage bag was crimson, dyed in fresh blood. Enough of this stupid roundabout way of saying it. That's right. Yes! Yes! It was... Rika-chan. Our friend, Satoko's best friend. Always easygoing. Clever as a cat, but so cute you couldn't hate her. Our friend, Rika-chan, she was... Rika-chan was stark naked. She was face up, limbs sprawled. Her eyes were like glass, just staring up into the sky. And...
Rika! Rika!
Soko broke down crying on the spot. And yet, she still couldn't approach her friend's remains. The crows had gotten through the garbage bag and they dragged out an apple peel and spread it all over. No. Crows, they couldn't do this. Ugh. 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 On the spot, I started vomiting. The sour taste, became a bitter one as I threw up over and over again. Rika-chan, her stomach was cut wide open, vertically, completely open.
Rika! Oh.
Rose couldn't have done this. And from her open stomach, oh, her organs, her bowels were dragged out like children's toys left all over the floor. That unbelievable sight induced oxygen deprivation in my brain. Color left my vision, a pounding headache, dizzy, and I wanted to vomit. It was like the nightmarish remains of a ceremonial killing. Someone, somewhere, had killed Rika-chan, brought her here, laid her here with her limbs sprawled out, and then cut open her stomach and dragged out her intestines. Red and pink viscera were sticking out of her gut, and her intestines were scattered in every direction, like it had been for fun. The entire ground was covered in an ocean of red and black. A few of the crows had hopped inside that ocean. They walked through the sea of blood, leaving bloody footprints. In those footprints, there were several still left on Rika-chan's body. Those sinister prints made it seem even more like a bizarre ritual killing. I may have wished for Takano-san and Coach and Oishi to die, but I didn't remember ever wishing for Rika-chan's death. Yeah.
I thought we did.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. For Rika?
Yeah, I thought we did wish for her death.
Did we?
I thought we did.
In this chapter?
Uh-huh.
I don't remember. Yeah. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I stumbled backwards and stepped on a newspaper. A newspaper? In a place like this? The newspaper was what was covering my hatchet. I kept it wrapped up and on my belt in order to carry Satoko. That newspaper had fallen off. Sheesh, don't scare me like that. I bent down to pick it up, and then Satoko looked at me with such disbelief as I'd never seen, and froze. She was looking straight at me, at that hatchet, on my belt. Calm down, Satoko. This isn't what it looks like. Satoko, trembling madly, backed away. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't...
Murderer!
She didn't care at all about that she was exposing herself through the towel. She just trembled and tried to step back from the demon in front of her.
He's like, oh yeah.
Satoko, please, calm down. Please relax. Satoko.
No! Oh!
Screaming weakly, Satoko began to run unsteadily. Run away, that is.
I'm glad the screen's blacked out too.
Yeah. Wait, please wait. Satoko, you're wrong. That's not it. The way she ran away, it was so weak, so slow. So if I wanted to go after her, I could have caught up.
I catch up. Ooh.
What the fuck?
Thinking like a killer now.
Oh god. Oh god. But if I tried to grab Satoko's shoulder or something right now, she might actually go crazy. So I had to follow her and try to clean this up. And clear this up. That.
While looking more and more like a serial killer.
Jesus Christ.
Killed Nakano-san, Takano-san, and the coach. And Oishi-san, didn't you? You killed my uncle, and then you killed Rika. Murderer. Higurashi?
No! It wasn't me! I didn't kill her!
What are you saying? You just said it yourself, didn't you? I wanted them to die. And then everyone died, didn't they?
Well, no.
No.
Just wishing that they were dead. That couldn't...
You don't even remember what you did, do you? How could I trust a person like you? Can your memory of killing them just slip your mind? No, maybe you're only pretending not to remember. Besides, what is it that hatchet for? For explaining that? Try explaining that.
It's for...
See? Keiichi, son, you're a killer, aren't you? Why did you do it? You were a little mean, but you were fun. Kind of once. I even thought you might be my real Mimi. Why did you turn into this?
I might have been able to slowly answer each one of Satoko's questions at a time. But in this situation, explaining my innocence in such a short period of time was impossible. I mean, I didn't even know if I was really innocent anyway. At the very least, I killed Satoko's uncle. There was no body, but I killed him. Without a doubt. At that point, I was far from innocent. And I wish Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi were dead. And that curse of mine was granted. When I wished for Takano-san to die, I didn't think of anything as more than a normal thing you'd say to someone you didn't like. But then she actually did die, and I realized that if I wanted people to die, they would. And, hoping it would happen again, I cursed Coach and Oishi to the same fate. So, even ignoring Takano-san's death, Coach and Oishi's were completely premeditated crimes. Was I a killer, just like Satoko said? Was I unable to distinguish illusion and reality, and turned into a demon without remembering it? Becoming a killer or carried out Oishiro-sama's curse? No, that couldn't be. It was impossible. Ah, oh, damn it. The very word impossible was impossible in Hidemasawa right now. How many freaking times have I said that word these past 3 days? Satoko had started crying again and was walking unsteadily. At first it felt like she was running, but now it was like she was walking away, crying from someone bullying her.
Why? Why did things turn out this way? Why?
If there was an answer to that, then I wanted to know it too. Why? Why did it turn out like this?
After Nini went away, I was lonely for a long time. But then Keiichi-san transferred to our school and everyone was happy again. It was fun again. Our days were beautiful.
Yeah, he was right. Those days were bright and beautiful. And yet, after that, Satoko and I shouted the exact same thing. How did it turn out like this?
How did it turn out like this?
Cicadas were sneering at our our strange game of tag. Ah, shut up. Eventually... Oh, what the heck? Hey, Disaster VTuber! Thank you for the raid, buddy. How you doing?
I shut him out.
Oh, thank you.
I got your back.
Hey, what's up, Disaster? Welcome, Raiders. Vivi the Witch, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Glacierland. I am your host, the Ice Emperor Penguinato. Welcome, Raiders. I'm here with Index Regalia, and we're reading some Higurashi right now.
Oh, yes.
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 Nothing much, we're playing Mario Kart. Oh, nice. Which one? The Super Nintendo one? 64? Double Dash? There's a lot of them, holy shit. Aikamoshi, thank you for the host, my friend. Welcome. 8, okay. That makes sense, the newest one. I was playing with Vivi. Oh, nice, nice. I
I
have
haven't played
that.
Mario Kart in so long.
I have 8 on the. Well, when I bought my. I was one of the few people that bought a Wii U. And I got Mario Kart 8 on it pre-installed. But yeah, haven't played it since then. Thank you for the lurk, my friend. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. But yeah. I still got Mario Kart 8 on my Wii U. And I don't want to buy it again for the Switch. So it kind of sucks.
I don't own any consoles.
What?
I don't
What?
own any consoles.
Wait, what? What? Wait, what?
I don't own any consoles.
You guys hear that? Did you hear what Index said?
Fine, one day I'll get a Switch. One day. One day, when I have money.
What the fuck? You never had any console?
I've had consoles. They haven't
Or?
been my own.
Oh,
I think the last console I had was a GameCube when I was like a teenager.
Jesus. Jesus. So it's just PC from then on?
No, I just really didn't play a lot of video games for like 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, wow. You missed out on a lot, didn't you?
I played a lot of phone games.
Oh. Oh my god. Candy Crush? Farmville?
No. Try Love Live School Idol Project.
Oh my god. Oh
Even
god.
worse.
Oh
Then I
god.
quit Love Live. I quit Love Live when my account got lost.
Oh god.
Because I had every single Maki that had ever come out, and I hated the fact that I didn't own every single one.
Oh my god. Mobile Gamer Indie. I guess that's Index right now. Good god. Good god, Index. You just spent all your money on fucking mobile games then?
I mean, the most I've ever spent in a month is $90
Not as bad as other people I've heard from.
on a dress-up game.
On a dress-up game. Oh
Yeah.
goodness. Goodness gracious.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's continue. Eventually, I heard the murmuring of a stream. The forest parted, and a suspension bridge appeared. Oh boy, I wonder if someone's gonna fall off.
Or are they gonna have a suspension bridge effect?
Oh, good lord. Satoko was crossing dangerously, wobbling as though she might fall at any moment. And when I stepped onto the bridge, it swayed a lot, causing Satoko to swagger and fall onto the spot. Satoko, are you okay?
I'm definitely not eating anything, that's why I haven't said anything. Give me a second.
Uh-oh. Just talk with your mouth full.
Don't
Don't
come near me! You murderer!
Satoko shouted, her hatred made very clear. It was sad. If
You a
words could,
killer!
if words could cut,
Killer queen.
Killer Queen. If words could cut, oh boy, here we go. Then this warmth flowing from my eyes would have been blood for sure.
Why did it turn out this way? Keiichi-san, I really liked you.
I wanted to go up to her and give her a hand.
I mean,
But-
you are chasing a girl like wearing nothing. You're a pervert at this point.
She's like a fucking classic slasher right now. It's like a fucking slasher movie. But the distance between us was uncrossable. If I got any closer, Satoko would start shouting again. And say things that would hurt me deeply again. So, I couldn't approach any closer than this. Satoko. I don't know how things turned out like this either. But I can say this. I wasn't the one who killed Rika-chan. At least, that is true.
stop being so absurd? How do you expect me to believe anything someone who can't even rely on his own memories has to say?
I tightened my hands into fists.
Then you beat the shit out of her.
Oh god. This was mortifying. I wasn't crazy. Inamizawa was crazy. Ever since I wandered into it, lost on that one night. This insane world where I was at the festival and I wasn't, and the uncle I killed was alive. Where death would just come by wishing for it. It was this world's fault.
Please. I'll take a spinach and artichoke and bacon pizza, please.
Spinach actually goes pretty well on pizza. Call me crazy.
I really like artichokes. I'm getting into potato chips.
What's up?
I'm eating. I'm light Yagami. I'm eating potato chips.
I take out a chip and eat it.
Mm-hmm.
Mian and Rena started acting strangely, like they were possessed by something too, and Coach wouldn't believe anything I had to say. And even Satoko, who I should have protected, was yelling at me like this. Was the price of killing a man supposed to be this high? Was I really going to be forced to stay in such a bitter world? I did the right thing. At least, I wanted to. So then, why? I hated it. Every time I asked why, the day Satoko and I enjoyed in peace went so wrong. Satoko, please believe me. I'm not a murderer.
Elise. Elise, can I have a Big Mac from McDonald's then? What's that? What's with that hatchet? Then what's that hatchet for? Can you give a convincing explanation for that?
I was gonna kill your uncle again, but Is this hatchet scaring you? Okay, I'll throw it away. That's what you want, right?
He tosses it off, and the wind carries it, cuts her head off.
What, like Final Destination kind of shit? Oh god. Satoko didn't nod, but she seemed to be in agreement with that proposition. I clumsily took the hatchet out of my belt, and dropped it over the side of the bridge into the stream below. There, it's gone. Now, you listen to me, right?
What if I want chicken nuggets too? I want nuggy nugs.
I will buy you.
You think I'll let my guard down just because you got rid of your weapon?
You eat 5
Kick
Big
him
Macs?
in the nuts. So I'm gonna kick you in the nuts. It'll be fine.
Did you even eat 5 Big Macs, Index?
No.
That's a lot of Big Macs, Jesus.
I could maybe eat like 2.
Oh, damn.
Maybe. If I was hungry. But, like, I don't actually eat a lot. Chisan, you're strong. It would be easy for you to strangle me with your bare hands. Oh, somebody's into some kiki shit there.
Oh, dear. At this young, good goddamn. Big Macs are fucking tiny. They add up. They have a piece of cheese from McDonald's. What?
I literally just don't eat that much. Like, I had a bowl of pho earlier, and then we almost had to cancel because I was feeling sick after eating it.
A bowl of pho?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
That's what I ate that just, like, I had to text you about earlier.
You can tear one off of Indy's Big Macs.
Yeah, you can have my cheese. I don't like cheeseburgers.
Small eater Indy. A bowl of fuck. Indy may have cheese. She said,
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want some wine with that cheese?
Like hell I would ever want to kill Satoko. You idiot. Then what should I do? Should I put my hands on my head?
Yes. Why don't you? Please put your hands on your head and face the other way. Kono hentai.
It was a cunning plan, much like the one she used during club activities. Putting my hands on my head and turning away would mean I couldn't attack Satoko very easily. I immediately ascended their request. Accused?
Request?
This right here. Acquist?
Maybe acquiesced.
Acquiesced, okay.
Acquiesced.
Oh heck. What happened?
I'm telling you.
Oh, no.
Sometimes in this that I've noticed is they just use really fucking big words for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I hate that. Well, Legos, thank you for the host, man. Appreciate it.
Even though to me, a more common word or a different word would actually work better. Because like in Japanese, they do have bigger words.
Yeah.
That have very specific meanings to them. But they're using bigger words in some of the scenarios that don't exactly have the same meaning as the original Japanese word. But acquiesce would be fine for this. Immediately acquiesce to her request, which would mean that you followed their request.
Yeah. Fulfilled. Since it would make her feel better. Is this alright? Please listen to what I have to say. Satoko stood up and carefully approached me from behind. And then, she actually came, right up behind me. She was so close, and yet I was so sad that I wasn't allowed to turn around.
Yeah, it's accept something reluctantly, but without protest.
Okay.
I sort of think I understand that it isn't your fault, Kiichi-san.
Huh?
I think probably you've been possessed by something evil. Until before I thought Kiichi-san was a killer. But now I know, after looking into your eyes.
I could hear that Satoko was still crying, but her voice was gentle just the same.
Kiichi-san could never kill anyone. Something simply possessed his body and made him do evil things.
Was she speaking literally right now? Or was she trying to admonish me? I couldn't tell.
Come to think of it, maybe they were possessed, just like Keiichi-san. At the time, I was only thinking I would kill, so I didn't think about it. But now I understand. That was the work of something evil that possessed you.
Satoko? What are you... It was less like she was talking to me, and more like she was talking to herself, like she was confessing at my back.
I understand, you know. It isn't like I haven't experienced it myself.
Satoko's voice started to become mixed with sobs. Her pained voice tore at my heart, but I didn't know what Satoko was talking about.
I climbed to the top of the ritual storehouse once.
Let me hydrate again. Thank you for the redeem, my Legos. Ugh.
Oh, 1 second. While I'm eating these chips, I better give one to my cat.
Uh-oh. I'm also getting spaghetti at the local pizzeria. You must be really hungry, at least. I clumbed... Oh, wait, yeah.
It was a few years ago.
Storehouse, eh?
Wait a second. She went up into the storehouse?
Yep.
Is that why Satoshi died?
I have no idea.
Once when Satoko was playing hide and seek in the shrine grounds, she climbed on to the roof of the storehouse for ritual implements, which everyone said not to go near, and hid. Then Satoko saw that she could get in through a window meant for ventilation. For Satoko, the word cursed was plenty scary, but she was curious about what was inside the unknown storehouse. She removed the grating on the window, which was already hanging off, slid her small body into it, and climbed down inside. It was too dark for her to see much, but after descending, she realized how high up she'd been. Despite the darkness, she could see a few things around her thanks to the faint light coming from the air window. And to her disappointment, it was just a regular old storehouse. How boring. She tried to leave, but the door was locked tight from the outside, and it was made to not open from within.
Uh-oh.
We all know why.
Yep.
She would have to go back through the ventilation window she'd come from. But the window was high on the wall, and there was no way she'd be able to climb back up. Satoko desperately tried not to cry and racked her brain thinking of a way to get up there. There were a lot of birdcage-looking things hanging by chains from the ceiling. She took the hanging chains and strung them along the wall. If she climbed up the bundle of chains, she might be able to manage to climb up the ventilation window. There was nothing else she could do, so she had to try. And try she did. It was dark and creepy, and she didn't want to stay there forever. The more she thought about that, the more she panicked. She climbed the bundle of chains. Satoko could hear the clinks and clings of everything creaking under her weight. And then, just as her hand reached the window, one of the metal fixtures she was supposed to stick the chains on the wall to flew off, and the chains all began to pull loudly and furiously every which way. Stirred on from the sounds behind her, she managed to get back onto the roof from the window. Because of the weight of the falling bundle of chains, the other fixtures broke. And then one of the big bird cages hanging from the ceiling fell to the floor with huge noise. Under it was the image of Oyashishiro-sama, his vessel, and the cage took off one of the arms, then trapped some other implements beneath it. It didn't take very long for her to grow scared of what she'd done. The deafening noise could be heard from the rest of the shrine grounds. A few other children heard it and gathered around. And of course, Rika was one of them. Then Rika's father, the shrine priest, with a very angry look, ran over. And then, as for what happened next, it was painful to remember. The only one who knew were Rika's parents, kept the key to the ritual storehouse, was Rika. So he scolded her, saying that it happened because Rika pulled a prank and hid me in there. He was very angry and menacing. Just looking at him was enough to frighten anyone. He exposed Rika's back, took a strangely shaped ritual cane, and something struck her with it several times. Rika's words at that time, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." That pitiful voice. I still can't get it out of my head. I should have said it was me. I should have said so To save my best friend from the false accusation, without being afraid of Rika's father's terrible temper. Rika gritted her teeth and cried at the crimes she didn't remember doing. Ever since then, the world has been strange.
It's all black? What's all this? Oh, they're doing a flashback, and it's all black.
Yeah, some of it doesn't have photographs.
Yeah.
I know. I understand. This is Oyashihiro-sama's curse. His judgment for messing up the ritual storehouse and forsaking my best friend.
Oyashihiro-sama's curse.
My father and mother, too. They vanished in that muddy stream. I mean, Anne died too, and then Nini, who loved me more than anyone, ran away from home. And then Keiichi transferred in, and I thought I'd finally gotten my fun life back. And then this Keiichi-san was possessed, and even Rika got killed. There's something I heard once. When he really curses someone, he doesn't kill them right away. He kills that person last. After killing them all, he kills that person last. So Keiichi-san, the curse got to you. I'm sure that Rina and Mion will be cursed next. And then they'll be killed. They'll kill and be killed. No more. No.
Calm down, Satoko. There is no curse. Nobody's trying to torment you. When I turned around, I was thrust away with amazing force. Even my hands were awkwardly placed on my head, I couldn't take the fall and lost my balance. And I'd been pushed not into the bridge, but to the side. Oh shit. Towards the stream. No, this can't be happening. Ugh! As one last miracle, I was allowed to grab a cord hanging from the bridge. Far below me was the stream. We were pretty high up, and below were rocks of all sizes. If I fell, it clearly wouldn't be pretty. The entire bridge was tilting under my body weight. My frail little grip probably wouldn't last another minute before my fingers had to let go. Satoko! Satoko! I didn't understand myself what I meant by shouting her name then. Was I asking her to save me? Or was I asking her why she did this? Finally, everything came back into focus, and I saw Satoko. And I was surprised at what an honest expression she had. It was the first time I'd seen it. It was an expression of righteous anger, meant only for those who needed to die.
Die, you murderer!
Oh, Jesus. That's... that's a really unsettling face.
Die, you murderer! Give him back! Give back my Nini! Give back Rika and Mommy and Keiichi-san! Ah! Where? Whoa!
As she screamed, she jerked the bridge to and fro. She didn't have to do that. I was going to fall anyway.
I won't lose to the likes of you. I won't lose to some stupid curse. I'll never lose to you. You took everyone. I'll never lose to you. Not ever.
Do a backflip? Oh god. Oof.
Yeah, do a backflip. Do a backflip.
Do a flip.
Do a flip.
Satoko, please, just let me say one thing. I don't know what my face looked like at the time, but it seemed like it was enough to quell Satoko's agitation. I know that what I did isn't exactly praiseworthy. No, in fact, maybe I should never have done it at all. But I did it because I wanted you to be happy. Please, just believe that.
You at the very end, is still pretending to be Keiichi-san.
Satoko didn't seem to have any more desire to listen to what I had to say. And and for that to happen, at the very end like this, was tragic. I didn't do any of it so you would praise me. If it made you happy, that was all that mattered. We were nothing. Without your smile, we were nothing. So, after I disappear, please smile. If we can get on with your new life by my dying, then please, just smile. Can't you at least promise me that?
Stop speaking! Don't use Keiichi-san's mouth like that! Fall down! Die! Goodbye, Keiichi-san.
And those were the last words Satoko ever said to me. Those sad, tragic, and altogether unrewarding words. What on earth was I? My desire to make Satoko happy ended up like this. Where did I first go wrong? And what was the mistake I made? When did I make it? Was I the crazy one, or was it Hinamizawa? Even after all this, I thought I wasn't crazy at all. It was this eerie world that was crazy. This world I accidentally wandered into that one night. Because that fun world where I never doubted all the crazy times we had as a club would go on forever. It couldn't possibly have transformed into such an abnormal world. That fun world wouldn't have ever ended with this, with Satoko pushing me to my death. In the end, I was going to be swallowed up by this crazy world and disappear. No, I'd probably already disappeared. Yes, probably. On the night of the
mistake. Your only mistake was not doing a backflip. That's what Cloud Club said.
Do a barrel roll.
Do a flip.
Yes, probably. On the night of the Watanagashi. I'm sure that in the world I really belonged to, I had vanished that night, and everyone was worried. It was laughable that it had taken this long to figure out I wasn't around anymore. Orishida-sama's curse on the 5th year was Satoko's uncle dying and me disappearing. In the real world, Satoko had already been freed. Maybe my friends were all lamenting my disappearance, and valiantly trying to get back on their feet. And even though they were down on 4 people, the club would reopen and they would have a good time without me. Waiting.
Yeah. Oh, it's Cold Club, isn't it? I'm dumb. Help. Help, I'm stupid.
Cloud Club?
Yeah, I called him Cloud Club.
Oh no! So he's been in hell or something? It seems like...
yeah.
Like he jumped dimensions, I guess. I don't know.
He believes he has been.
He thinks he has.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we haven't seen the uncle yet. So it's like, where the fuck is he? If he's not dead, what happened? And like, did someone just dig up his body and take it somewhere? Who knows? We have no idea. It's fine, I will take that as a nickname, Cloud Club. Waiting.
I was thinking of Cloud9.
For the day when I would come back. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't come back home. But this is what I wished for. It was my wish for Satoko's smile, and my duty as her Nini. At this point, there will be nobody left to torture you. Because Satoshi and I, it took 2 years, but we succeeded. That annoying, toothy smile of yours. You wanted to see it. One more time. Going down, buddy. Splat. My pain wasn't gentle or merciful. It was a sharp pain, violent, powerful, and ruthless. What little compassion I had receded in the span of a moment. And now I could die. I could say goodbye to this insane world. Farewell, crazed Hinamizawa. Thanks for giving me the psychic power to kill people whenever I wanted. If you'll still allow it, I'll wish for one last thing. The death of this very world of this crazed Hinamizawa. So that nobody would ever have to find themselves lost here again. I'm gonna kill the whole fucking world now? Jesus. Is this the ending? Can't end
Yep.
like this. There's gotta be like a epilogue or
Yes,
something.
it can. Yes, it can.
Research notes. Okay. Few new tips. You wanna read this?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Shihiro-sama. Nobody really knows what characters are used to write Shihiro-sama. Knowing this is hard, partly because depending on the time period, he has been called with various titles, with subtle changes to his name, and nobody knows the real one. The only thing all time periods agree on is that the four symbols O, Ya, Shi, Do are used.
So are we getting into the weird mystical stuff soon? I think so. It's okay.
There is a theory stating the shrine of Yashido dedicated to Oyashiro-sama itself became an object of worship, and the people began to calling it Oyashiro-sama, or Lord, Honorable Shrine. But this doesn't make sense. I don't know whether this is related, but people say that the Furure family, the most respected bloodline in terms of worshipping Oyashiro-sama, actually inherited his blood. And in the legend, the Furure family passed down. If 8 generations in a row, the firstborn child is a girl, the 8th daughter will be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama.
Wait. But people say the Furuta family, that's Rika's family. The most respected bloodline in terms of wishing actually inherited his blood. And in the legend, the Furuta family passes down. If for 8 generations in a row, firstborn child is a girl, the 8th daughter will be the reincarnation. So is Rika supposed to be Oyashiro-sama's reincarnation? Interesting.
If I remember right, that's why she knows all the timelines. That's why she's been in every timeline.
Well, all the characters have been old. Oh. Actually, no. There's a theory stating the shrine. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she is.
Spoilers? God.
I said it right there!
Did you just look it up?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, spoilers!
There's not a spoiler if it's saying it!
Yeah, it is. If you say spoiler, it's a spoiler.
If you go by this legend, the characters used for Oyashiro-sama's name should be O for honorable, Ya for aid, Shiro for generation.
Oh shit, I gotta hydrate again.
Honorable 8 generation.
That doesn't explain. Okay. The new adaptation shows it in like episode 2, just doesn't explain. And Wolvesy! Hey buddy, welcome. I'm doing well.
Hello.
Good to see you again, friend. Me and my friend Index here are just reading some Higurashi right now. Oh yeah, the new series I gotta watch the old series and then I gotta watch the new one. Well, I guess I could just skip to the new one, but I want to watch all of it. I wanted to say hello and give yourself a lurk while I stream. Oh, thank you, Admiral. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Feel free to stop by anytime, buddy. You're welcome here.
Yeah. These characters' assignments are simply something I've thought up. There's no way to verify it. If this is true, then Oyashihiro-sama. Oh yeah, Oyashiro, not hero.
Yeah,
I don't know why I'm putting in hero.
Only one H.
Yeah, Oyashiro-sama would have been named as such under the assumption that he would come again. The second coming of an object of worship can be seen in several religions. So this isn't unusual. I mean, you're not wrong about that.
The old series has iconic scenes. It's so goofy looking at those animations of the characters laughing. Love y'all. Enjoy your stream. Thank you, Admiral. Love you too, man. And bad voice acting in the dub, lol. Oh wow, that was one of the old dubs. Must have been one of the bad ones.
It's not that bad. I'm just saying. I've seen worse.
Yeah, probably not the worst. Older dubs.
I've seen Bleach.
Some of the older dubs were pretty shit. Newer ones tend to be at least okay. They tend to put at least a decent amount of effort into them.
It kind of depends because I feel like a lot of the older voice actors were better.
The Bandai voice actors, yeah, were gold. Steve Bloom, Johnny Young Bosch, yeah, they were fucking gold.
I really like Dan Green and Crispin Freeman. Not Crispin Freeman. What is his name? Let me see. Voice
I like Crispin
actor for I like him too. Last Exile. What's his name? Yeah, Crispin Freeman.
Yeah. I like him.
Played Alex Rowe.
Also does Togusa in Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, I like him.
The second coming of an object of worship can be seen in several religions. Oh wait, you're supposed to... Fuck! Index! Why Index! Ah!
I read it already!
Bleach's dub wasn't that bad, at least not from the first run. If it had Johnny Young Bosch, it couldn't be terrible.
I'm gonna say it now, I just don't like Bleach, and I met one of the voice actresses for Bleach.
Really?
Yeah, it's a really funny story. It's about how I was 14-year-old and kind of a bitch.
What?
So my convention paid all of the voice actors up front to just do mass signings for everyone who came.
Oh, no talking.
So then. they paid for everybody who came to get a free signature from the voice actors.
That's awesome.
Which was I don't even remember her name. Who plays Rika in Bleach? She was the one that came. Vic Mignogna was there. Daggett was there, I think, too. He was pretty nice. But everybody was in line for Vic Mignogna because, like, this is, like, height of Vic Mignogna's career.
Yeah.
It was, like, 2005 height of Vic Mignogna.
When he was a big time.
Yeah. What was her name? Nukia. Michelle Ruff, yeah.
Oh, I've heard her name.
And she was apparently being really bitchy.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like 4 or 5 people away from the door. No, I was more than that. I was like 7, 8, 10 people away from the door. I've been waiting there for 2 hours to get a signature. And they come out the door and they're like, okay, so we aren't doing any more signatures for Vic Mignogna. Vic Mignogna's left. And like, I'm not even kidding you. All but 10 people left the line. The line was like clear to the entrance, and we were on the second floor. Wow. It was like going up the stairs, and it wrapped around part of the building.
Oh my god!
And everybody left because nobody wanted anyone else's signature. So I
Uh-huh.
went in, and she's like, Michelle's like right next to the door, right?
Uh-huh.
Miss Ruff. She's right next to the door. And she just like shoots up and she's like, "Hi, blah blah blah, I'm here." Well, no, I'm actually here for my favorite voice actor, which was not Vic Mignogna. It was actually someone else who was there, but I wanted to save to tell you all about because he is, oh my god, he's so amazing. And I stuck out my hand, maybe an inch from her face, and said, "I'm not here for you. I don't even know who you are." And I walked away, and I
Oh.
went over to Chuck Huber. That's right, Hiei Jiganshi's voice actor
Oh wow.
from Yu Yu Hakusho. And I started crying and telling him how much I loved him. And I was a complete fangirl. I was 14 years old, and like my smile was really big. And he hugged me, and it's still like one of my top like meeting a celebrity. He hugged me. It was so amazing. And he was like,
Damn.
we talked for like 5 minutes. It was so cool. And then I got a signature from everybody else. And then I went back to her and I'm like, I guess I can have your signature. I don't even know who you are. And you play Rukia in Bleach. Isn't that just a Yu Yu Hakusho ripoff? And
Oh.
so I got a signature. Apparently made her feel like shit. And then she left after. After that, she left the convention.
Index, what the fuck? That's me.
And this gets better. 4 years ago, so I started doing conventions. I actually know one of the guys who was there. He does a podcast and stuff, and he was actually there. I got a signature during this time, and we were talking, and I had saved some stuff. I had saved some stuff. She was really annoying. She like got up in my face and
Wait. Wait.
like put her
Who's
like
she?
I before I told her I wasn't interested, she put her like little printout face picture thing in front of me to stop me.
Oh.
Like kind of thing. She was up in my business like already. So like that was not a thing. Like I already didn't want to talk to her.
Oh wow.
Like it's still like, and I don't like Bleach anyway. I had personal feelings on it at the time because it was just a Yu Yu Hakusho ripoff. And everybody thought that I was from Bleach and I was from a different anime. And everyone's like, "Oh, you like Bleach?" And I'm like, "No, I'm Machine Sungumi. I'm Okita Soji from Peacemaker Kurogane, and they wear very similar uniforms." Anyway, but so I was talking to this guy who
Nerd.
does.
Nerd.
Wait, Index Regalia is here. Uh,
Yes. Yes,
so
Koenig. Yes, she is.
so I'm talking to this guy. He does a Chocobo podcast for Utah, and we're talking. And I was talking to him, and he was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Yeah, I met you this one time," and I told him this story. This whole story verbatim,
Uh-huh.
and his face is like red from trying not to laugh, and I'm like,
Wow.
I feel bad about being mean to her. By the way, I felt bad for the longest time about being mean to her. Like, I mean, like, I'm 14. I was 14 at the time. I know, like, I've been sitting there for 2 hours in the heat trying just to get a signature. I was a little bitchy at the time. But, like, I didn't need to treat someone like that. And, like, I understand that as an individual. I mean, I'm 25 when we're talking. I'm 29 now. But I was 25 when I was talking to him.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, "No, you have no idea how funny this is." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, what?" And he's like, "Okay. So, the reason Vic Mignogna left was because she was being rude to him
Ooh.
for like the entire time of the convention.
Oh my.
And like days before was like messaging him and telling him his career was going nowhere. He was a piece of garbage, all of this other stuff, just being rude to him for no apparent reason.
Wow.
And she told Chuck Huber that he was a washed out VA with no path, and no one would even know who he was
What the
or even cared about any of his stuff. Like, she was just really rude to every other voice actor and was like, "I voice acted and done like voiceovers for like CSI and stuff," and she was being really rude, like, to everybody. She was rude to the staff. Apparently she was really fucking rude to the staff because I asked the staff members who I am friends with now about this time, and they were like, "Yeah, actually we really didn't like her. That's why she's never been invited back."
Wow.
She has legitimately never been invited back to my convention because of how rude she was to our volunteer staff.
Oops.
And what made it even worse is she was just being rude. I still don't remember her name. And he's like, here's what was funny. She left that day. She had 2 things scheduled the next day. She left that day because of how rude I was to her. She left, got an airplane, and went home.
Wow.
Because of how rude I was, and everybody was grateful. Everybody was so happy, and every time they see her, they talk about this story,
Oh my god.
and they call me that girl.
You're a hero now, apparently.
That girl, and it was like they call me that girl, and it is just something that has always been really funny to me now, because he's like, yeah, because Vic Mignogna was actually at the convention that I was at the time. He's like, oh my god, me and Vic were just talking about this. And I'm like, what? And he's like, you're that girl! And I'm like, are you gonna be okay? What's going on? And he told me his side of the story.
Uh-huh.
And that like they were just being really like, especially like Chuck Huber being made fun of by this girl was especially like offensive to me because I love Chuck Huber.
Wow.
And I will die for Chuck Huber.
That's a lot of karma.
But yeah. That's kind of why I have feelings about Bleach still.
Hmm.
I will never watch Bleach. It's because I don't want to support her.
Well, what's the Japanese then?
She was mean to my baby.
What's the Japanese then?
It's true. I should watch it in Japanese.
I mean, I got to meet the whole Cowboy Bebop English cast.
I'm not famous. I'm not famous. They just talk about me. They don't even know my name. They call me that girl. It's fine. There's probably other stories like that where they talk about fans behind our backs. No.
I'm sure there are.
So why you hate Bleach? And Bleach is not a ripoff of you.
I think they
if I remember right, the actual writer has even said that he ripped a lot of the first 2 seasons off of you.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I mean, what happens in the first episode? That iconically happens in Yu Hakusho.
They both die, right?
They both die.
Yeah.
They're both kind of the punk.
Kinda.
They both go to a spiritual world, and the power system is actually extremely similar.
Kinda. Yeah.
It's extremely. No, I'm not famous-ish. No, I know, not at all.
I got to meet the Bebop cast.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The English cast. I got to meet Steve Bloom. I got to meet Wendy Lee. Got to meet Bo Billingsby. I got to meet.
Awesome.
Fuck, what's her name? The girl that did Ted. She also did fucking the sister in Invader Zim.
Oh, I don't remember her name.
Fuck, I don't remember her name either. But she was cute as fuck. For being a middle-aged woman, she was pretty damn cute.
You know what the best part of my story is? I still got to meet Vic Mignogna.
That day or later?
That day, yeah, later that day. We were in Denny's, and he just was in Denny's.
Oh,
And
wow.
we got to meet Vic Mignogna.
What is your opinion on Vic Mignogna? You guys got a lot of hate. His personal life, IDK, I can appreciate.
I feel like this sounds really bad, but I feel like most of those voice actors have done fucking similar shit.
I would find it believable that there was a conspiracy against him. People just seem to hate that guy.
And this is knowing stuff from 2005 and how much vitriol was apparently behind the scenes at him. Because this is what my friend has told me. He's like, there's so much vitriol for Vic Mignogna behind the scenes. He's like, the fans have no idea. He has to throw his weight around to even get roles. And that kind of sucks. For him. This is before all that stuff came out. And you know what?
He had to do
I
that?
feel like, yeah. And I feel like that sucks for him. But also with the stuff that's come out, I don't know the truth. Because it's all just he said, she said. There's no real evidence.
No, there hasn't
it's
been.
It's all just accounts of word of mouth. There's no true evidence.
If there was real evidence, he'd be locked up by now.
Yeah, if there's no true evidence. If there was evidence, he would have been locked up.
Yeah.
Like, and I had like a friend tell me, uh, I had a friend tell me one of her friends got told something by Vic Mignogna, and I'm like, listen, I'm not even gonna believe you because I don't even know if that's true or if she's paraphrasing or exactly what she said. Because you know how sometimes people don't recall exactly what you said, so you say things kind of in a paraphrased way.
I
So, like,
I think people, because like he says he gives off like hugs and kisses and shit at cons, but I don't believe he did it out of lechery. I'm sure he did it out of actual love, and he
oh
says that like,
yeah,
and I believe him when he says that. And I mean, I okay, let's see.
as someone
I
who's
can
seen him give
understand.
hugs,
I can
like
under.
in reality, I
I
have actually seen him give a hug.
I can find.
He like
It sounds believable.
very, very much like probably like what I would say like family friend hug,
Yeah,
like your family friend, and like not in a creepy way.
out of affection, not lechery.
Yeah, people jealous of him for being the youngest state alchemist. Yeah.
The dude looks a. He
Which is
looks.
only funny because he's fucking short as hell. Oh my god, I did not think Vic was that short, but he is like I think it's like 5'6", 5'7".
Really.
He's short. He's like fucking short, man.
Like he's in
He has a
his
good booty though.
he's in his 50s, but he looks like he's 30, baby.
Oh man, when I met him 2005, like our whole table was like girls and all of us just watched him walk away. Like he had a good butt. Like I don't care about age. Like if you have a good butt, you have a good butt, you know. Can't see him behind a green stand. No, he's very small. He's small boy. Uh from what I have met of him, he seems like someone who's very tired. Um
Tired.
it's like he's doing so much that he's just kind of exhausted all the time.
Hmm.
That was my impression off of him. He was very, very nice. Um,
He didn't seem like a lecherous individual.
he didn't seem lecherous to me. Like he had a bunch of fans in with him that were like
Oh shit.
having like
I
a special fan get
hold
together,
on,
but
hold on,
like
hold on. I gotta do the arda. Freaking shit. Arda. There you go, kid. Sorry about that. Yeah, continue.
but like he doesn't seem like a bad guy to me. And this is at the time that I met him would have been the time that some of the allegations were actually being done. And he did not seem like that type of a person to me. It just seemed like his career was going up and he didn't seem like that bad of a person. But then again, like that's just from what I meant from him. That's my own opinion of the situation. And I can't really have an opinion on someone else's interactions.
Oh shit.
And
I gotta
because
run
like
an ad.
I'm not there. Yeah, run
Uh-oh.
an advertisement.
Wovesy, I will run an ad for you. Thank you for the
I
redeem.
think the only reason all the other VOs really hate him is because he's super religious, and I bet they get really annoyed fast. Oh yeah, actually, he doesn't talk about his religion that often. Like he's religious, but he's also like pretty respectful. He signed one of my Lord of the Rings books.
What a fucking nerd.
He signed The Children of Hurin, and he told me that this was on his reading list, and he was like, I really want to read this book. And I was like, well, you can't have it. And he was like, ah, dang it. He's like, it's a $30 book. I'm like, "Wah, wah." Oh, did you
Oh, I already
not
did
hear
it.
the
I'll do it again for you. Ada,
okay.
ada. Ada, ada.
Ada,
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 ada.
ada, ada.
Ada, ada.
Only thing I know about the situation is that Bulma's VA made an ass out of herself by blatantly lying about a few things. Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that was just lying and stuff. That's why I really don't believe he said she said stuff is because people will just fucking lie. That's why with the situation with Heard and Johnny Depp, like I was like, even like everything I even know about Johnny Depp, like he could be like the biggest douchebag in the world, but I don't feel like that's part of his personality to treat any person that way. And then it comes out that she's lied. Can't hear anything Indy says now.
Oh, the ad.
Oh.
She's not
Oh, yeah,
subscribed.
the ad.
Oops.
The ad. The ad.
I still feel for the guy, even if it was all true, but I don't feel like it's real.
You know, if it is true, I feel he should go to jail. If
Yeah.
it's not true, I feel...
Well, yeah,
I
obviously.
feel like there should be just done for him. I think that that's like the hardest part for men in our society, especially men in entertainment, is if someone says something about you, it ruins your reputation from now on.
Yeah, that's the thing
And
with the internet now. It fucks you over so much.
7 ads. Yeah, it ruins your reputation from that point on. Like, you no longer have reputation.
It's the
in
thing is,
any
like,
respect.
people will believe shit just because you say it.
Yeah, just because you say it, they'll believe it.
So if a woman hates a man, she could say he molested me.
She could say the R word against him. She could say the R word against him. Yeah. And people would believe her.
People will believe her automatically.
Even after you are exonerated from all of that, you will never truly live a life free from those accusations.
Yeah,
because people, the next time it's said against you, will believe it even more. And it's very upsetting because the same can't be said for if it happens to women.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a really big flaw in our society. That even when there's no evidence, we judge someone. I feel like that's why the good part about like justice is that justice is blind. Yeah. Which is why I think a lot of people don't like our justice system, because they're like, well, why did this person blah blah blah? And I'm like, well, there's no evidence.
Well, yeah,
and I would rather not incarcerate someone or not punish someone who did do something because of lack of evidence than punish someone on hearsay. I would rather not punish someone on hearsay than let someone get away.
Thank you so much.
I would let someone get away.
Thank you for the gift sub, kitten.
Thanks.
Really nice of you, buddy.
If you get a boner, that meaning. Yeah, I feel like it's like why I know for a fact like a lot of people don't agree with me on some things. Like say 2 people are drunk. And the woman says that the man R-worded her, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, he's gonna go to jail. But he was drunk. She was drunk. Does that mean that either of them could have consented?
To me, it's an accident if that happens, if they're both drunk.
To me, it means that both parties could not have had the capability to consent in any fashion. Therefore, the other one did not actually do the R word to them, because it would have been 2 R words at that point. Like, it would have been either to the other person. Because if you have no faculty to say no in any respect, I believe you shouldn't be held accountable for it in either respect. Like, but I don't think just because you regret something, you should be able to punish the other party. No, because what bugs me is some of the male VAs said that is going on, but they didn't do anything when it was going on. They're just as much a problem. Yeah, they are. I 100% agree. Yeah. Like, if somebody says something is going on and they don't do anything about it, it's like looking a blind eye, you know?
Well, that's the thing. If no evidence is required, anybody can say anything about anyone.
Yeah. I could be like, oh no, Penguin touched me inappropriately. Gotta send Penguin to jail. Why? Because I'm a whammon.
And if you actually tweeted that out, I'd be canceled right away.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be done.
If I just said that you sent me, like, a PM that was, like, inappropriate, yeah, you would be canceled.
I'd be done immediately. And that's something that we have to be afraid of as male VTubers, actually. It's kind of fucked up. But that's how Twitter is. Oof.
Like that's why I usually don't jump in until there's like actual evidence.
Yeah.
Even on like some of my friends' stuff, I really didn't get um into it unless there was actual evidence.
Yeah.
It's kind of why, and I also respect like
Nah.
parties and stuff like that because I've had like there's a mutual friend between us that has had something happen that they have asked not to like share, and there's something that's happened to me, and I've asked Penguin Auto and other people not to share it
Yeah.
because I don't think it benefits me. I don't think going after that person benefits anyone. You know, I don't think there's a benefit to leading a witch hunt against anyone. You know.
I have weird feelings about it because I've known people who've confessed to making fake allegations. Oh wow, that's all bad.
I
You can ruin somebody's life doing that.
Yeah, you can just destroy people's lives.
There was some kid, I guess some girl wanted attention and claimed that he r'd her, and he went to prison for like half of his sentence until they finally got her to confess that she lied. And the guy is like, guy lost a lot of years of his life, and he's like, I don't feel like I can trust women anymore.
That's
Like
why I feel
he was
like
that traumatized by
perjury.
it. He was traumatized.
That's why I feel like perjury should have a higher weight to it.
Like, you asked me, she should have gone to prison for that. I
I
think
actually know someone like that too, Elise, and it's
I think
as someone who has gone through something like that and had to go through legal proceedings and everything like that. Um, it's very upsetting that people lie about it, and it's why women aren't believed. As much as women will be like, "Oh no, it's this, it's because of blah blah blah." No, it's because people fucking lie about it. Because women lie about it. That is why we are not believed. And you shouldn't believe all women and that type of stuff. Should you believe people? Yes. Should you put weight into their words? No. You should look at the evidence. You should look at things. You should decide for yourself.
of course it should be taken seriously, but it does need to be
Yeah.
investigated.
Yeah, it should be taken seriously. You should take it seriously, but you shouldn't just go off of what someone
It
says.
needs to be investigated. There needs to be evidence. You know, you can't just say it and have it be true. If no
Benjamin
evidence is required,
Franklin
you can just say whatever the fuck you want.
Benjamin Franklin once said, "Question everything, even the very existence of God, for if there is a God, he would not want you to stand idly by and follow without question."
Yeah, you think that.
Yeah. And I feel like you should Yeah, I have zero faith in fucking humanity. I have faith in people. I don't have faith in humanity.
Why do they do that for attention? I don't understand. Like, that's like bad attention, even.
Because and
What?
honestly, this is from what I've seen
They
is
want pity? Is that what they want? To feel better?
I
It's,
have no idea. Like I had a friend who cheated on her husband and it just feels like it feels like it's purely for attention. Like she talks about it all the time and like all she could do like when she was talking to me she's like, "Yeah, I had to get like a dildo the same size as this guy because my husband just can't satisfy me anymore." And I'm like, "That's fucking cheating. You're still cheating."
yeah.
People who seek bad attention escalate it. Yeah. It it's kind of upsetting because sometimes you don't know if they're seeking attention or if it's really happened. I had a good buddy of mine that was accused of the exact thing, and then he went to a party,
Ruined? You mean ruined?
almost ruined his life, and he got lucky. They found out that she was either lying or confused him with someone else she was with, but she didn't have any repercussion for wrongfully accusing him. Yeah, and I bet his life was fucking ruined over it. I bet women still look at him and think of him like that type of a person. And
What was
that's
it?
what bothers me.
There was
It bothers me.
there was a story about a kid. Uh, he was 18. I believe he was of legal age, and he met. He started talking to a girl online. She said she was 18, right? So they
Mhm.
met up and they had their casual encounter, and then it got out that she I guess she admitted that she lied about her age, and then he went to prison for, well, it wasn't the R word, I believe he went to prison for, but it was because she was a
It
minor.
would have been statutory. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
considered statutory R.
yeah. So
Um,
he served a sentence, even though she came out and said that she lied about her age. Like, she admitted to it,
I hate that.
and
I've had
she
someone
actually didn't want him to go to prison. She
I've
just,
actually had someone lie about their age to me online.
yeah, but like, the kid's not at fault because he didn't
Like, and
know.
I 100% agree. Like, if someone lies to you about their age and they do not tell you, I don't believe you should be held accountable. I believe that, like, you're not in the wrong then because you did think they were a different age.
Yeah,
Like, if that is really not your fault at that point. If you can, like, guarantee, like, that they've lied to you and show that they've lied to you,
like, they have access to the chat logs. Police can get access to that,
like,
so they
I
have their
feel
conversations, and they see that she lied.
yeah, I
So
feel
it's
like
like,
that's way fucking different.
you have evidence that she lied. You have her confessing that she lied, but they still put him in prison. Well, I think it was just a jail sentence. I forget. It wasn't like
Mhm.
super long, but once he got out, he was still put on like fucking like watch lists and shit like that. Like, he couldn't. He
Probably would be about 2 years for a minimum sentence, and
Yeah,
then going into a rehab center,
yeah.
and being put on probation for about 5 to 10 years with your name put on the
The blacklist.
sex registry,
Yeah, and he was like,
sex offender
I
registry.
think
Yeah.
he was banned from using any dating sites or anything.
Mhm.
Forbidden from contact with anyone, and
I
it's
think that
pretty fucked
that's
up.
wrong.
Pretty fucked up. Even it's like,
I
jeez.
I worry all the time. I worry all the time that people fucking lie
One of my
on my servers and
exes.
stuff.
One of my
Like, it's
exes.
a worry of mine.
What?
Yeah, you go. No, you just go.
One of
You
my
tell.
exes, who was very fucking manipulative and basically forced me to be in a relationship with her, lied about how much younger she was so I wouldn't get uncomfortable. Oh god.
Holy shit.
Honestly, if you're a guy in 2020, you have to have a target on your back. It's getting that way. It's getting really ridiculous.
It's really upsetting. Like, I don't know. I guess this is just like someone who, like, wants to be a mom. If I could, I would only raise daughters because I don't want to bring a boy into this world because of how unfairly treated men are.
It's getting like
And,
that.
like, women are unfairly treated, yes, but, like, they don't get the same consequences that men get.
Well, now it's like
Like jail time and everything. Like,
now it's like
death
the
rates for men are so much higher.
suicide
Yeah.
rates. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
Go
Oh well. Fuck. Sewer
sewer
slide.
sewer slides.
Whoops. Twitch, don't ban me, please. But yeah, it's like, it's the idea of like reverse sexism, where it's okay to hate men because they were so mean to women. But I'm like, if we do that, if we adopt that, then we're not making any progress towards equality.
We're not making progress.
We're just going right back to square one, just on the opposite side.
Equal rights is not special rights.
It's getting to that point where it's like persecution against the male race. Yeah, if this
I
shit
feel
keeps
like
going, there needs to be a pushback to keep
I
that
feel like
from happening.
it sucks because it's like it's not only for that. I don't think there's a lot of like other stuff that I'm just like it shouldn't be equality is not just for women. Equality should be for men too. And I feel like everybody forgets that. And it's like men can have equal rights as long as they fall in line.
Yeah.
And I feel like the same thing was said for women forever ago. Oh, women have equal rights. They just have to toe the line. You know, have you ever seen Stepford Wives?
No, I haven't.
You haven't seen Stepford Wives? Oh my gosh, it's such a good film. So it's a good psychological horror.
Oh.
Yeah. So it follows a successful businesswoman,
Uh-oh.
and she has a career. They moved to a suburban town with Stepford, and all of the women there are like picturesque 1950s perfect woman, and just a bunch of like stuff ensues. I'm not saying all guys are targeted, but it sure feels that way. It really does. Like the only men who aren't really targeted are, I want to say, like, depending on how powerful you are and if you're good looking.
Yeah.
If you're like a 10, women will let you get away with shit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if you're like a 10 and make money, they will use shit against you, you know? And I've seen that within like even my friends. It's kind of like upsetting because I know women who do it, and it bothers me because like I have brothers, I have like an uncle, I have cousins who are boys, like little cousins and stuff, and I feel upset that like that happens to them. Like my little brother has been roofied,
Oof.
and flat out, he was in the house talking about it to me, and my friend was over, and this friend is a girl, and she's like, well, that's your fault for getting roofied. And I'm like, imagine telling that to a fucking woman. Oh, it's your fault for getting roofied. If you didn't dress the way you did, you wouldn't have gotten roofied. Like, fuck off, man. That's like fucking dumb as shit. Good thing I'm like 6 out of 10. Actually, you're usually more attractive than you think you are, kitten shop. Jesus fuck. It's petty. That's what it is. Yeah, it's petty. I think it's not petty on both sides, like on different sides. It's like I've once heard someone be like, "Well, I just want men to experience what women have gone through." No, no, this isn't a petty. This isn't like petty revenge. You're not getting petty revenge for crimes that people usually have not even fucking committed. What we should strive for is equality. We can't go back and change things, and we shouldn't be condemning others for the mistakes of someone else.
Well, it's like these men weren't around 50 years ago.
Yeah,
50 to 100 years ago.
you should be judged and tried for your own sins.
Yeah, it's like you can't
Um,
judge me for what other people did in the past.
that's not really weird, but in my religion, there is a pass. There's like a thing in my religion
Uh-huh.
that talks about you know how a lot of religions believe that Adam and Eve cursed blah 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 and believe that we should repent for their sins. Part of my religion is we don't believe that we should be punished for the transgressions of others,
Oh God, I could get into
of like
my
our
I
forefathers.
could get into my religion all day.
Like, because I don't think you should be condemned for the transgressions of someone you probably didn't even know. Like someone from the mid that's like saying, "Oh, because you're this certain religion, therefore you are responsible for this thing that happened way before you were even born." But that doesn't make sense to me because you should be responsible for your actions.
Well, it's like how does Jesus forgive somebody else for what they did to me? How does Jesus do that?
You
Like
know,
someone kills my child. How does Jesus forgive them for what they did to me? That doesn't make any sense.
I always say it's not Jesus that should forgive, it's you. Because all it's going to do is harbor hatred. And when you, of course, there's that old saying is when you go out for revenge, you should dig 2 holes.
Yeah.
Because you lose a part of yourself. And I think that ties really well into Higurashi. Because like in this episode of Higurashi, we're watching Keiichi um fall into this revenge trap
Hmm.
where all it's done is make him curse other people and curse existence, and then eventually he himself falls.
Well, it looks like there's been curses going around all over in this city,
Mhm.
or this town, for a while now. And Keiichi got caught up in it. Seems that way.
Oh, good night, Cold Club. I think
Well, night,
I
Cold Club.
just forgot we were reading Higurashi at this point. Yeah, I mean,
Derp.
but I feel like there's a lot of media like Higurashi and stuff that talks about these darker topics
Yeah.
without actually truly addressing parts of them. Because I think the biggest thing in this, besides just like the child abuse and that type of stuff,
Thank you for the redeemed Dubba.
and the PTSD, has been revenge. That's something that I've noticed. It is like this just deep-seated revenge.
Yeah.
And hatred. And someone's wronged me, so therefore I curse them. And they die. And in the end, so does Keiichi. And you can tell, like, as the story has progressed through this chapter, like, more and more of him has been lost to his own hatred, to his own curse, in a way. Or demon. I think that that's, like, a big part of Higurashi, is that we all have demons and falling into those demons. Because it's not the demon, it is ourselves. We can always blame it on something supernatural, but in the end, it is just us. We are alone.
You could say this is just Keiichi going insane.
Yeah. In the end, humanity is alone. From what we know, we are alone. Like, we're alone. Like, there's no one else to blame it on. And us being like, oh, it's ghosts. Trust me. Oh, I died from a curse. That type of stuff. That's, in a way, its own form of malice.
But, let's get back into it. Sure.
Yeah, because I also forgot we were talking about this.
Whoops.
I think we went on a rant.
I
think we just may have went on a rant for, like, maybe 45 minutes.
Healthy discussion about topics.
I feel like it's a good discussion. I feel like it's something that needs to be talked about. The second coming of an object of worship can be seen in several religions. So, this isn't unusual. Yeah, we're not alone in terms of people to huggle. You can huggle me anytime, Elise. But a few of these religions call the second coming of their object of worship a day of judgment. And something along those lines. And we must not forget, they mean it to be the end of the world. Oh, sorry, Elise. Rika Furude, pampered and loved dearly by the elderly folk of the village. The rumors say that she's the 9th generation, and Oyashiro-sama.
8th generation, not 9th index.
8. I know numbers. I can count.
Uh-oh. +1 to index.
I do not know the family tree of the Furudes, but at the very least, I can confirm that the past 2 generations, the first child has been a girl.
Uh-oh.
Rika Furude watches over Hinaminazawa. If the village were to lose her protection, what would happen? Would peace between man and demon be lost? Would it once again create a hellish landscape where man-eating demons run rampant? A gruesome feast of demons who suddenly remembered how delicious the weak humans were, who could only cry, scream, and run for their lives. What would that look like? Just imagining it is enough to make my heart pound with excitement.
The fuck wrote that? Is that Takano
I
sounds
feel
notes?
like I feel like the research notes and everything are Takano-san
Yeah, because
because
she's researching
she's
shit in the town.
she's researching a lot of shit into the town, and she's very obsessed with Oyashiro-sama.
And fucking Tomitake is like her fuck buddy, just helping her out.
Like 100%.
He's just like, oh hey, and
100% they fucking.
he's just like helping her out, and then he gets killed in the process every chapter.
I added a bunch more glitter to my slime. That's what I was doing.
This blushy vote. Huh. I wonder if
Blushy, blushy.
I wonder if KT
What?
survived or not.
Do I still have my... Well, it's gonna be a new one, isn't it? A new chapter?
Yeah.
Oh, oh,
Oh.
oh, oh,
Oh!
oh,
My head was
oh!
pounding. The sky was bright. It was cold too. It hurt. Each sensation I felt led to a new and different one awakening. When I came to, I was lying face first on a dry riverbed. A
Ow.
few body parts hurt a lot. The skin over a bunch of my joints was torn, turned blue, or red, or oozing blood. I could tell it was my bones that were in pain and agony I felt whenever I moved. I looked up and saw how high the bridge from which I had fallen was. Considering I dropped from there, it was a miracle that I could open my eyes again. Right next to me was a broken, upside-down car seat, which I guess some pranksters had brought here. That broke his fall. Oh god. Maybe this thing had been conveniently lying right under me, allowing me to escape instant death. Miraculous. Of course, I didn't know whether this miracle was fortunate or unfortunate. I failed to die, and now I was still stuck in this insane world. How long had I been unconscious for? The sun was high in the sky, so it looked like only 1 or 2 hours had passed. But my body's sluggishness didn't make it feel at all like so short a time had gone by. Mentally, it felt like I'd been asleep here for a decade. Ow. The more feeling returned to my body, the more pain flooded in. It hurt so much it would have been better to have not woken up. I needed to get to a doctor. Yeah, the coach's clinic. The term coach's clinic brought memories back one after another. Memories I wish I hadn't recalled. Otoko was no longer on the bridge. She would have turned to Hinamizawa by now. And she would put on some clothes to get to the clinic and check up and report on how crazy I'd seen. The police were waiting for me.
That bitch off a cliff!
The police were waiting for me without a doubt. This time, would they find out for real that I killed her uncle and arrest me? Or would they just send me to a mental institution like I thought they might? Still, I didn't care which it was. Please, someone stop all this pain. You can boil me or cook me after that. Whatever you want. I began to walk unsteadily, just limping along. This dude can get up? Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
Some will.
Falling from a bridge and landing on a car seat. He's probably broken a fair amount of bones now. Don't
It's
you
lucky
think?
he didn't break his head open. Yeah, I'm betting his leg, probably an arm, few ribs are broken.
How the fuck
Probably
would
has bruising as well.
How the fuck would he get up after that? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible. He could have bruised his organs as well.
Ouch. Oh. Index will destroy the world with her glitter. My head was pounding on his cock. Okay, Elise.
Yeah.
You're so funny.
I added red, pink, and silver glitter to my purple galaxy slime because I was bored.
Oh dear. I went downstream and then through an animal trail-like path in the woods. I walked haphazardly, searching for a path I knew. Eventually, I finally came across a familiar road and set off towards the clinic. Not to my house, but to the clinic, which had treated me like a lunatic. It was hot and humid. There was no wind, and the air was stagnant. For a while now, I've been smelling the terrible stench of burned eggs, and it made my face scrunch up. Ew. And then, at last, I noticed something. I couldn't hear any cicadas. It was the first time I'd heard Hinamizawa be so utterly silent. When I thought back, it seemed like birds always chirped in the morning, cicadas always cried loudly in the afternoon, and Higurashi always rose up in the chorus in the evening. Always something to hear. I couldn't hear a single insect. Oh shit, has he gone deaf?
Yeah.
The only thing I could hear was the rustling of the wind rushing the treetops. Oh, guess not.
He's probably going into shock.
Is that what happens? You get selective hearing?
Yeah, that can happen.
Really? Oh shit.
What?
I never experienced this sort of quiet before. That happens after injury?
Severe injury. You know what shock is, right?
Not exactly. What is it?
So, shock. Let me put it this way. Say you break your arm.
Right.
And you're in a lot of pain. You have a lot of adrenaline.
Right.
Your body's, after you get like a lot of adrenaline and then your body gets really fucking tired.
The adrenaline wears off, right?
Well, it's not only just adrenaline wearing off because you're still having adrenaline go to you because you're still injured. Your body just starts becoming lethargic and your heart can actually explode.
Oh, Jesus. So he has all this adrenaline pumping, and he's coming down from it, and his heart's gonna explode.
Well, no, he's not coming down from it. It's still being injected in. Like his body's still making adrenaline to keep him going, but it can cause your heart to overload, basically. That's why usually when you have a really bad injury, they'll like be asking you like,
sit down.
They'll be asking you like questions and stuff and keeping you conscious. It's because usually if you go unconscious, adrenaline pumping this. Shut up, Elise! Oh my god!
Oh, Elise.
I'm gonna start blocking you out.
Uh-oh. Even the only sound coming from the trees lack life somehow.
Kidding, of course.
The trees are yellow and many leaves are spread on the ground, despite it being too early for autumn. Even the weeds that had been growing so persistently at the side of the road had yellowed, browned, and lost their vigor. Only the sunlight itself was of the June Hinamizawa I knew. And yet it seemed like the seasons had switched all of a sudden. Oh, like he jumped dimensions?
I don't know.
Okay, Dodo, I'll hydrate again. A fate-risking glitter.
Do you want some of my glitter? I put it in little tiny bottles that have little corks.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it's really aesthetic.
Thank you for the redeem, Dodo. Looking at the fallen leaves and rotting weeds led me to spot a few small insects turned on their backs. They weren't moving. They were corpses. I looked closer to see insect corpses scattered all around, like a child had collected them as samples and then strewn them about. This stench, what was it? It was terrible, like burned eggs. Combined with all the bug corpses and leaves falling from the trees in the summer. Had someone sprayed herbicides or pesticides around here? Even at school, we apparently fumigate. They call it pest disinfectant or something, once or twice a year. I hadn't run into anybody, despite how bright it was outside. It was mid-afternoon, yet it felt like I was sauntering about at midnight. Well, with the smell, nobody would want to be walking around outside. Just what was this, anyway? There was no sound, no noise, not even a breath. Mizawa was silent. Maybe he's not going into shock, huh?
I think he is. I think something's wrong.
Like, physically, mentally with him? Or with...
No, I mean something's wrong in the village. I mean, like, something's wrong.
It seems like he jumped seasons, so it's like, did he jump worlds?
No, it could be a chemical. It could be a chemical that has caused the discoloration and the cicadas to die, along with the bad smell.
All of a sudden, this shit's gone down, huh?
Shit's going down.
No! Hey, Pengu, can you eat my veins? Only if you ask nicely. I'll never get it clean.
Nice. Veins?
Huh?
I want that made me think of red vines. Now I want red vines.
Oh, that sounds delicious right now. Goddamn it.
Oh my gosh. Licorice sounds so good.
Nah, he's just playing Portal. Yeah, it sounds like it. The school would come into view right after turning this corner. And yet I couldn't hear any commotion at all. None of the shouts or grunts that children always made. Oh, I gotta stretch. Oh, my bones. Ooh.
Oh, that actually was really good. I popped my shoulder back in place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, nice.
And yet I couldn't hear any commotion at all. None of the shouts or grunts that children always made. It was simply quiet. Just as pretending to ignore the silence had grown intolerable, I saw the school. And finally, I heard something. It was the sound of a few trucks. There are a few very tall trucks parked in the schoolyard, idling. About 10 workers in raincoats were unloading things from the trunks. It was hot and humid even in my casual clothing. I couldn't imagine how unbearable that must have been. And then I remembered. Our school was rented from the Forest Service field office building, wasn't it? It wasn't strange at all for Forest Service trucks to be doing some kind of work in the schoolyard. Besides, what did forest rangers do anyway? I felt bad for them having to work in such heat and with such a stench about. They were taking colorful cargo out of the truck and lining it up in the schoolyard. There were containers, fairly large ones, inside multicolored patchwork bags. Containers... multicolored patchwork bags. Huh. Heavy, too. They were being carried in pairs.
Dead bodies, dead bodies.
Oh shit, really?
Dead bodies.
Oh god.
They're dead bodies.
They lined them up very neatly, like a tuna at a riverside fish market.
Oh my god, they're dead bodies.
Several dozens, hundreds of tuna were completely filling the fairly wide schoolyard up. Jesus.
Oh god, they're people.
I forgot my pain for a little while, captivated by this big forest ranger job I'd never seen before.
What did we wish for?
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, like a plague just came to the fucking... Oh, no. As I stood there, watching in a daze, the people in raincoats working on the other side noticed me. One of them pointed me out and shouted a few things back and forth. I thought they might yell at me for getting in their way, so I decided to leave post-haste. But then
Very quickly.
two trucks drove up behind me. Yeah, he did.
Ran him over. He wished for everyone to die, yeah.
Yeah, he did. I stepped aside and they entered the schoolyard. Sheets covered their trucks, but I could tell they were completely full. As they passed, there was an awful smell that made me want to choke. It wasn't the same burned egg smell as before, but an even worse one, like rotten crab meat. What on earth was it? I'd been enshrouded in one terrible stench after another all day. Then, certain white letters emblazoned on the side of the passing trucks caught my eye. Ground Self-Defense Forces. What? The military? The military of Japan, isn't that what they call it?
Hmm?
The self-defense force? Self-defense forces, like the army? Why was the army in the schoolyard?
You know why they call it that, right?
Because after World War II, they were forced to disarm and not have a standing military, but just a defense force?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because America said no.
Yeah.
Hey, you!
Hey Pengu, do you like my caveman painting I put in the art channel? Working on another, but it hurts my small brain. I liked it. It was very foreboding.
Let me see, let me see.
It's in the artboard.
Bum 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 na 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 na. Oh, caveman painting. Ooh, I like. Me like. Actually, it really looks like a caveman painting. That's really good.
The text makes it really foreboding. I liked it.
Yeah, I like it. Hey, you! Where did you come from?
Suddenly, someone slapped me on the shoulders from behind. I turned around, and a canopied SDF Jeep was parked there. The SDF person had on a green raincoat and a gas mask like in the movies, carrying a compressed air cylinder. He didn't look normal. There wasn't an inch of exposed skin anywhere. Yet there's a biohazard. Where did I... Ow, ow. When I tried to talk, I stretched a wound on my head. Oof. I made the SDF people exchange glances. I couldn't see their faces through their masks, but they seemed surprised.
Do you live in Hinaminazawa? Can you tell us your name and address?
Well, yeah, I sort of live here. My name is Keiichi Maibara. Oh, and my address, redacted, Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. After seeing me tell them my name and address without hesitation, one of the SDF people began watching me from the Jeep, started talking into a radio.
Base, do you read? Base, do you read? We have a 402. Survivor discovered. I repeat, we have a 402. We found a survivor. He's in front of the Forest Service office. This is Base. Wait. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Can you do the radio voice?
Yeah, you do it. You do it. You do it.
This is Base. We copy. Secure the survivor request. What's his status?
Not dead enough. Healthy. Wounded all over, but not fatally.
Healthy.
He can walk on his own. We'll send him to HQ for safety.
I was prepared to go along with the police, but the SDF? I couldn't help but think it seemed a little bit much. Well, there's some fucking outbreak here, I guess. Healthy, sure, yeah. That's what I was saying. They urged me into the back of the Jeep.
It's got like a bone sticking out, a few really bad cuts. Looks like he may have broken a few ribs. Yeah, he's healthy, guys.
He fell from a fucking bridge. He's healthy.
Oh, he's fucking healthy.
I guess they mean not infected with their fucking disease killing everybody. And then they told me to put on this gigantic gas mask. I did so, and one of the troops fiddled with it, strapping it tightly to me. It was heavy, hard to see out of, hot, and difficult to breathe. Just looking at the world through the lenses made it lose its sense of reality. My breathing sounded like some giant monster walking through the mask. At this point, I had no idea what was happening. With much trepidation, I asked the trooper adjusting my mask. Excuse me, has something happened?
Where were you? What were you doing?
Hey, don't answer a question with more questions. I was the one asking you. I, fell from a rope bridge way back in the mountains. I think I passed out on the riverbed. I don't actually know what day it is.
The day is June 22nd, 1983. Wednesday.
Oh, that helps. That surprised me. Satoko pushed me off the bridge on Tuesday the 21st. Well, the day before?
Oh wow, he's been unconscious for a day.
Jesus. That meant I'd be asleep on that riverbed for an entire day. Forgive me for asking again, but did something happen? Why is the SDF here? Is this a drill? And my question been that difficult for him? None of the troopers would answer me. The drone in the driver's seat started talking on his radio, turned on the vehicles. He turned the dial and some broadcast station or another came in. I started to listen to the voice on the radio announcer I was familiar with. You want to do the radio guy?
Was conducted at the Prime Minister's office in regards to questions from the press that the SDF not responding to the disaster promptly was directly related to the unprecedented, unheard of catastrophe. Chief Cabinet Secretary Okuno had this to say. Bom, 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 bom.
Oh, I think we got a bot.
I got him. Get over here. Wanna die, bitch? Now you died. Okay, I killed him.
Headshot.
Dead.
Well, it's probably not in the water supply if he didn't get it from the river. Oh, he was just laying by the river. I don't think he was actually in the water, does he?
I
think you landed right next to the riverbed.
Yeah, he landed on the dry part of the riverbed.
Ooh, Admiral Wolsey! Thank you for the raid!
Yeah, it's because we went on that, like, almost an hour.
Jesus. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Could you give
Welcome,
him a
welcome.
shout out, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm a good mod. A good mod.
You great mod. Thank you for
Here
your
we
help,
go.
Index. Thank you, Index.
This is the real reason you have me read with you.
No. No. I can't do female voices to save my fucking life, that's why.
It's okay, I can't. I'm not very good at male voices.
Welcome, Raiders. My name is the Ice Emperor Penguinato, and welcome to Glacierland. My own little slice of heaven. Enjoy the rides and don't freeze. We are playing Higurashi at the moment. We're reading the visual novel. Me and my friend Index Regalia. How are you all doing? How's your stream at?
Oh, I didn't know we were friends.
Huh?
I'm just kidding.
What?
I'm just kidding.
What?
I was kidding.
Whoa!
I was kidding.
Oh,
I was
my
kidding.
God! After all the time we spent streaming
After all
together.
this time.
Oh.
After all this time.
I am heartbroken.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I'm gonna go. Hold on, I'm gonna go cry in the corner real quick. How was your stream, Admiral? It went well. I played some D&D for 3 hours and Paladins for the other 3.
Hey, Dodo, I'm allowed to be whoever I want.
Good
might
mod,
be you
Index. You
again.
muted me from chat for 10 minutes for no good reason once. How's your game going? It has been a fucking trip.
In fairness, I meant 10 seconds.
Whoops.
I unmuted him!
This chapter of Higurashi's gotten insane, actually. The stuff that's happened. We committed a murder, and then it seems like we just altered reality, it seems.
Yeah, we're killing everybody.
Like, shit got all out of whack.
Everyone must die.
Yeah, a bunch of people died. And then our character got knocked off a bridge. He landed on a car seat.
Latte's here.
Who?
Latte. Yeah, what the fuck, Latte? Why didn't you say hi?
Who's Latte? Is that a friend of yours?
Because, yeah. Because I'm in the moderator thing, I can see who's in chat.
Uh-oh.
And watching. Latte, how dare you not say hi to me?
Yeah, this is when they cry. Yeah, this is the visual novel that the anime is based off of.
Yeah.
I played this in 2014. Oh, nice. Yeah, this shit's a fucking trip. We're on chapter 3 right now. And this chapter is absolutely blowed my mind, man. Did you like it?
I wonder if he's just lurking.
Been so long. Did you read all of it or just part of it? I'm a madman. I'm going for all 8 chapters. And I'm only on the fucking 3rd one. Jesus. The first 4 chapters are the question arcs, and then the second 4 are answer arcs. Which, I'm wondering what they mean by that. Like, does chapter 5 answer chapter 1 or something? And 6 answers 2? Is that how it works, I wonder?
I don't know.
Or just new stories that explain more stuff. Played most of it. It was during the time when I played heaps of visual novels. Oh, yeah? Nice, nice. I've been having a blast doing these read-alongs, man. It's a lot of fun. My Wii phase where I could binge 4 shows in one day. Oh, I miss those days.
I feel you.
Oh god, I feel the old man.
God, you're such an old man.
Back in my day. God. You got one more good year left, Index, and it's all downhill.
Wait. Are you the same age as Prince, or are you a year younger?
I'm 2 years older than him, I think.
2 years older than Prince. Okay, so you're like, what, 32?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Because he turned 30, what, like a few days ago?
Did he?
What? Yeah, I thought his birthday was like the 20th.
I don't think he did any birthday things, did he?
No, I don't think he did. I know he's supposed to be 18 forever.
Dude, I am 22 this year. Oh, bro.
God, you're so young.
You got a lot of good years ahead of you, friend. Index only has one left. One good year.
God, you're so mean. Oh my god.
It's all downhill from there.
I'm 29 forever.
29 forever.
I'm Fran Drescher, and I'm gonna be 29 forever. And the years will pass me. 29.
My back is already fucked too. Uh-oh.
Oh, sweet. I
Uh-oh.
feel that.
Boomer Pengu, shut up, Elise. Elise, you're just a baby. I'm not a boomer. Pengu is boomer, yes. Watch, everybody unfollows me now.
That's fine.
They're like, fuck this guy. He's too old.
Yeah, if they unfollow you, they have to unfollow Prince because Prince is a boomer.
He's a boomer now.
Yeah.
How rude, Pengu. She has a decade left to panically have as many children as she can.
I
I suppose.
I want to talk about that.
Huh?
I might just adopt.
You don't want to talk about that, or you want to? I didn't hear you
I
right.
said I don't want to. I kind of don't want to talk about that. I might just adopt. That's all. We'll go into that. You listen to 70s space shanties.
Honestly, rather than pass on my shitty genes, I'd rather adopt you.
There's plenty of good kids like Elise out there that need to be adopted.
Yeah, plenty of kids that need homes out there. Dad, I don't want to pass on my fucking genes or garbage.
No, it's okay.
Imagine another kid with my garbage mental health. Jeez.
I'm 27.
the
Oh,
subject.
Kitten. That's
Kitten-
okay.
Kitten is a
You're
baby.
just a baby.
Kitten is another baby.
Yeah, baby. Andy gonna adopt me? Yeah, I'll adopt you.
Uh-oh.
I need a house bat.
How many kids are you gonna adopt?
I don't know, maybe like one. My goal. Okay. Here's my how many children I want. I want 3 kids. I want 2 of them to be fraternal twins, and I want one of them to be boy or girl. It doesn't matter, but I want 2 fraternal twins.
Okay. Better
I want
mom
2
than
twins.
mine. Damn, I'm a cat
I want a
now.
boy and a girl twin. Boy and girl twins. I want boy and girl twins. That's what I want. That's just my dream. I know that it's a dumb dream.
2 would be the
And there's
maximum.
to be your max.
Yeah.
3 is my max. Strangely enough, anytime anyone has ever like written any of my characters to have kids or anything, they've always given me twins, fraternal twins.
I think they're foreshadowing.
Yeah, that's why I'm convinced that I'm gonna have kids. I'm gonna have twins.
Elise, welcome to the club. Uh-oh. Elise is a cat
Which
now.
Pudgy is due to have twins in his family. So, I mean, what?
What?
Nothing.
What?
I'm good. I'm good.
Pudgy's pregnant?
Pudgy's pregnant with my child.
He's pregnant.
People write indie mom fanfiction. Yeah. I used to roleplay a lot, and there was a lot of like people who liked my characters enough to ask to marry them.
Oh, wow.
One of my male characters got married so fast.
Nerd.
Still upset about that one.
Nerd.
Still upset about that one.
Fucking
I made
nerd.
my character to be the biggest asshole on planet Earth, but like to be like a good brother.
Oh my.
Like he's a really good brother. He's based off Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, so he's a really big asshole. But
That's what the Pudge is? He has a baby Pudge? What? Baby Bulge? Index what? Is that what it is? Uh-oh, Index, you there? Uh-oh.
I'm back.
What happened?
I have no idea.
What?
I 100% have no idea what just happened.
You just blipped out of existence.
I like looked down and suddenly I blipped out of existence and then I was back and I'm like, okay.
Well, thank you for the lurk, kitten.
Oh, do you wanna hit on this so we can read more?
Oh yeah, derp.
So we don't get lost. So that the same thing that happened earlier doesn't happen again.
Oh fuck! It's too late. It's too late. It's already happened. Oh. Okay.
And so I believe that once the SDF received the dispatch order from prefectural governor, they responded promptly.
I love hearing Pangu say kitten. What?
Kitten.
It's funny
Kitten
to
shop.
me because I think Discord mod. Kitten?
Discord mod. Kitten. What? Hit. Hit.
I don't understand how that means Discord mod, but okay. Please explain, Admiral.
Help. Hit again! According to him, the SDF was prompt to respond to the crisis after receiving their orders. He implied that it was the prefecture's responsibility for taking too long to comprehend the situation. What? More hentai! Hentai. That's
Wait.
gross.
Discord mods call underage girls kitten and make them. No. No.
No,
No.
no,
No.
no,
No.
no,
None of that.
no, 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 no,
None of
no.
that. None of that here. Nope.
No, none of that.
Nope.
Unless it's gonna just be like, oh yes, daddy.
Oh, stop.
Penguinato kicks me out.
What?
I was gonna say, Penguin, like I do it again, Penguinato just kicks me right out. Throws me into a different Discord.
Please
God
don't.
damn it.
Please don't.
When did the governor who requested the SDF dispatch actually become aware of the outbreak of such an unprecedented catastrophe? And did he not invite further damage because of the time lost before he sent the request for disaster relief? In other words, because of the bureaucracy, we are awaiting further investigation into the matter. That was Mr. Okada reporting from the Prime Minister's official residence. At this time, we can take another look at the political response following this disaster. God damn it, Elise!
What is she?
One second.
Oh,
Why you
Elise.
like this, Elise?
Why you do this? They love the end of it. Oh yeah, that fucking stream was insane. Thank you for showing it. In the middle of the night between June 21st and June 22nd, a large-scale disaster broke out in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. The details
Fucking Elise, don't... I will come after you. Oh, bye, Solus.
Oh, thank you, Ace. Thanks for stopping by, man. Gotta hydrate again.
Hilarious. Bye-bye. Oh, let me hydrate, too.
Thank you, Jonah.
Oh, let me also hydrate my, my air conditioner.
Okay. The details
I
have not yet... What?
I have a mini swamp cooler next to me.
Oh, okay. The details have not yet been investigated, but there was an eruption of volcanic gas?
Volcanic gas, yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's why it smelled like eggs.
In the Hinamizawa area. Like sulfur?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. The gas
Different types of sulfur and denser gases like that can, in fact, kill huge populations. It's actually been recorded several times.
of insects and people?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. The gas was
There's a few in the Netherlands.
relatively heavy, and it spewed out. It began to flow. The flow went down along a small river and headed directly into Hinamizawa village. After a few hours, it had covered the entire region. It happened in the middle of the night. 2 to 4 a.m. Every home and household in the village was afflicted. With most of the residents asleep, it is thought that they all died without noticing the crisis. Jesus! So a bunch of sulfur got in the water? And then traveled into the village and killed everybody?
Usually it's not sulfuric gases. Let me look it up really quick. Yes.
The catastrophe striking in the middle of the night causes detection to become too late. Wow. But there was still one small opportunity to have noticed it. 3 a.m. A news dealer's shop in Okinomiya sent a village carrying the morning newspaper to its branch office in Hinamizawa. Usually the shop would be contacted upon the vehicle's arrival, but this morning that didn't happen. The news dealer's shop made repeated calls but got no response. The shopkeeper sent his eldest son to check on things, but they lost contact with him as well. It is extremely regrettable if they had contacted the police or fire department at this point. It is highly possible that the situation would have turned out more positively. At the very least, it's possible that a portion of the village might have been saved from the tragic annihilation. 6 a.m. Residents in the areas in the same region began continuously calling 119 to report the smell of rotten eggs, dizziness, nausea, and headaches. The fire department received the same reports, all from the same confined region. They speculated a truck loaded with chemicals may have gotten into an accident and reported to local police. 6:30 a.m. Contact was lost with a patrol car on duty in Hinamizawa after the RF officer reported the smell of rotten eggs. The local police considered the possibility of a large-scale disaster involving highly lethal gas and reported it to the prefecture and prefectural police at 7:15 a.m. 8 a.m. The governor was traveling to a nearby prefecture for inspection, so in accordance with regulations, the prefectural environmental disaster prevention chief was provisionally escalated to Director General and set up a disaster countermeasure office. However, without contacting the governor, the countermeasures came too late. As has recently been pointed out by the citizens, his trip with honorary diet members to inspect the prefectures was based solely on good relations, and it's rumors they preoccupied themselves with a drinking party. Sources closer to him claimed the governor had been drinking all night and had gone to sleep in a drunken state. He was completely drunk when the environmental chief phoned him as well, and apparently he could not get him to pay attention to the matter. And so the authorities, in the hour or so it took the governor to grasp the situation and sober up, did nothing but accumulate information. Though not as extreme as his governor's case, the environmental chief, who became Director General in the governor's absence, will also likely be questioned about his negligence. In addition, without any procedures in place on the prefecture's side that predicted catastrophes this massive, they would always react too late, and that ended up being fatal. 9:12 a.m. On the advice of the prefectural police, the governor requested a disaster relief mission from the SDF. By the time the Chemical Defense Unit, equipped with the protective equipment, arrived on the scene, 8 hours had already passed since the incident's outbreak. Whatever the case may be, it was unfortunate this happened while everyone was sleeping in the middle of the night. Had the same disaster occurred during the day, it likely would have been entirely different. All households in the Hinamizawa village region were wiped out. There were over 1,000 victims. SDF is still confirming the situation on the ground, but their results are predicted to only increase that number. Here with us in the studio today is Dr. Fujiwara, a professor at Redacted University, who is well acquainted with volcanic disasters. Doctor, can such a sudden and horrible outburst of poisonous gas actually happen? It isn't at all unusual for this to happen right around craters, at least. Japan is a volcanic nation and has so many active volcanoes, there's always a danger of hazardous gas around any of these craters. It's generally a rule among climbers not to go near them. Really? I didn't know that.
Yep.
Japan's a volcanic
if you
nation.
watch, have you seen Japan Sinks?
No.
That's why one of the characters in Japan Sinks passes away.
Because of gas, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So this shit, gas got in the water?
So no, it wouldn't get in the water. It would just flow down. It's usually CO2, that type of stuff.
Just flowed with the water flow, I guess?
No, it didn't flow with the water flow. It's usually a heavier gas, so it doesn't dissipate in the air. So it just accumulates and then it falls down. And that's kind of like rolling, you know, when smoke rolls or like mist.
Yeah.
It would kind of be similar to that, and it just would have gone throughout the town.
Wow. Has that happened, like huge outbreaks in Japan like that?
There have been a few other countries where that's happened.
Which is like a whole fucking city's wiped out. Good God. Does this mean the rotten egg smell that visited Hinamizawa village was that normal sort of gas from volcanic craters? Judging by how it smelled like rotten eggs, we think it was hydrogen sulfide, a gas seen particularly frequently in accidents compared to other volcanic gases. If it's dense, it becomes extremely dangerous.
In Lake Nyros in Cameroon, 2,000 people were killed out of 4 villages in 1986.
Jesus.
due to carbon dioxide.
Jeez.
Yikes, CO2 you can't escape just by opening the window is scary though.
Yeah. Hinamizawa village is very far away from the craters of any volcanoes. Can hydrogen sulfide be generated even from a place not close to a crater? I don't know all the details, so I can't say anything concrete, but in other countries there are records of gas eruptions due to magma buildup under hot springs. Oh wow. It's an extremely rare event, but it is possible for such a thing to happen even in a region not near craters. So hot springs that shit come out?
Yep.
Wow. Thank you very much, Doctor. We appear to have an announcement from the Japan Defense Agency. Miss Morikara, are you there? You want to do her?
Yes, I am the Japan Defense Agency. I am at the Japan Defense Agency. The agency has made an announcement regarding the source of the Hinaminazawa village gas disaster. Analysis from the Ground Self-Defense Forces Department of Chemistry has found that the gas was a mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. Yeah. Told you. Big carbon dioxide.
Miss Morikara, do you know whether the gas is still erupting or spreading to nearby areas?
According to the SDF's 9th Division, we are currently engaged in a rescue operation at Hinaminazawa village. The gas density is steadily decreasing. They've announced that the damage will not spread. However, it does not change the fact that the surrounding areas are still in danger and that very strict observation must be maintained.
That was Morikara from the Japan Defense Agency. And now we have a report on the state of those who have been made to evacuate from Okinomiya area. Shimo Shinozaki Elementary School is one of the evacuation sites. And we currently have a reporter on scene.
Hello.
Wait,
Hello.
wait, what?
Hello. Hello.
Inside the jeep, clambering and bouncing along the rough road, none answered my muttered question. An unprecedented catastrophe had destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. Where was Hinamizawa village anyway? Someplace deep in the mountains, right? Names of places I'd heard on the radio were always like that. They were all places I'd never heard of, much less knew the locations of. Wiped out? What does that mean? Don't they usually say how many died and how many were injured? How many people were alive? Where did everyone evacuate to?
Nah.
Eventually we came into view of Coach's clinic. For the first time, I saw the flag of Japan hanging on a pole outside. Japan's circular sun hung down as though exhausted. Many SDF tents were set up in the clinic's big parking lot, and many strict security vehicles were parked there as well.
He doesn't remember the village he lives in?
He doesn't know where it is, like, particularly, I guess.
No, I think he's literally having a mental breakdown.
Yeah, that too, probably. When they saw the jeep coming, men in white clothing and gas masks came running out of the clinic, frantic, carrying a stretcher. You're going to be alright. How do you feel? Can you walk? Yes. Ow, ow. And because of my ows, they forced me to lay in the stretcher anyway. People who seemed like doctors were looking at me and notifying others of my condition via radio. Multiple wounds. High possibility of fractures and internal damage. Large laceration in the head. Pupil's normal, but even without bleeding from the fundus, brain damage is still possible. The fundus? What the fuck is that? What's a fundus? Is it like...
Fundus.
Is that like
Let me look it up.
Forehead or something?
Fundus. Fundus, a part of a hollow organ such as the uterus or the gallbladder that is the furthest from the opening, the upper part of the stomach, which forms a bulge higher than the opening of the esophagus. Part of the eyeball opposite of the pupil. I don't know. It's just a part of hollow organ. So it can be in the stomach or in the eyeball. I'm not sure where its location is.
Well, since they're talking
Regarding.
about brain damage, it's probably the eyeball they're talking about.
Yeah, probably near his eye. That's probably because when we turned around and our eye and we hurt our head even more. That's probably what happened.
And then.
Oh no, not my fundus.
And then, from the clinic entrance, people lying on stretchers were brought outside to replace me. Judging by their clothing, they were from Hinamizawa, and that's how I knew they were victims. They brought the stretchers in front of a truck. 2 troops, holding shoulders and legs, like some kind of baggage, picked them up and threw them in the truck. What? In the trunk of the truck, people's bodies piled in heaps. They were just like baggage, and they told me they were already nothing but shells. At that moment, I remembered all those colorful sacks filling the trucks, and them lined up in the schoolyard like a fish market. Hundreds of empty shells. You're right, Index. Corpses. 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 Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the
floor.
Oh god. You jackasses! Don't just throw the victims in like that. They lived here. The troops carrying the sacks answered with a humble salute. The world didn't need this insane version of Hinamizawa. My final wish. Again. It was granted. Jesus Christ.
Careful what you wish for,
I
children.
Didn't understand anything anymore. None of it mattered. I wish I cursed and then it happened the next day. Then please, tomorrow morning, let me die. That insane night is still going on. Please. Please end it already. Hey, he's lost consciousness. Oh, you want to do it?
Hey, he's lost consciousness. Yeah, I've been reading for a while.
Okay.
Shout his name. What's his name? Quickly.
Go ahead.
Mabata-san. Mabata-kun, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just blink. Mabata-san. Mabata-san.
It's Kun, Index, not San.
I feel like Kun, okay? Mabata-kun.
Keep going, Index.
Ask Indy to step on you in her mech. Yeah, I'll step on you in my mech. Oh, yeah.
Oof.
Suddenly the world didn't seem to matter to me anymore. I wasn't interested in their cries.
He's just done.
His breathing stopped. Get his respiratory tract open. Use CPR. Make him live. Damn it. No more dead people. Nobody deserves to die. Don't kill him.
Iser Mouse, thank you for the raid. Can you shout them out?
Hello, Iser. Yeah, I got you. Shout out.
Oh, Ritter Roar 505. Brandon Now Witsy, thank you for the follows, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. Iser, how was your stream, buddy? How was your stream? Welcome, Raiders. I am the Ice Emperor Penguinato. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to Glacierland. Enjoy the rides and don't freeze. Right now I'm with my friend Index Regalia. And we're reading a visual novel, Higurashi. And it is.
Why did you emphasize friends?
Because you said we weren't friends.
I was joking, oh my god!
She is my friend whether she admits it or not.
Okay, I'm being held hostage, help. Help!
We are doing a read-along of the visual novel Higurashi, and it has been absolutely insane.
It's pretty good.
This is probably my favorite chapter so far, Jesus.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
I went well, spent most of the day playing old MMOs, and then raced my chat in Marvels. Oh wow, nice. Old MMOs like fucking RuneScape? Oh man. Oh, that takes me back. I remember the first time I started RuneScape. The first
Blink
town...
twice if you need help. Ah, shit, I'm just a PNG. I can't blink. No, I guess I'm dead.
I remember when I first started RuneScape, I got to the first town and some guy walked up to me and he's like, hey, you want my stuff? And I'm like, okay. And he just gives me all this shit. It's like all this expensive shit, and then he just logged off forever.
That's fucked Index.
Oh.
Penguin is a good friend. Yeah, he's a good friend.
Index.
That's why I joked. That's why I joked about it.
Why you do this to me?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just saying, I like Penguin Auto enough that I'm okay with telling Penguin Auto stuff that I don't tell normal people. So.
Koenig, I really love Pengu. Okay.
Aw.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Koenig. I love you too.
Okay. You wanna see some dirty penguin pictures?
Oh no. No. Nope. Do not ever
I'll
lewd-
get some for you.
Do not ever lewd the penguin.
No,
swear
they'll
to
just be
God.
pictures of you like covered in bud.
Oh no. Index keeps Pengu informed about her and Pudgy's sex. What? No. No? Elise, no. No. No, Elise, no.
No. Nope.
But yeah, welcome, Iser. I need to check out your stream, buddy.
No, Penguin, I really love you. Winky
Oh.
face.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want some dirty penguin pictures?
Oh no. No.
I'll give you a penguin auto body pillow.
Don't lewd the penguin. I don't like
Lewd
that.
the penguin.
No bestiality, please.
We'll lewd the penguin like we lewd dragons. I'll just make a human form of you.
Oh god. So not that comfort. No, Elise. Oh my god, Elise, no. Yes. Yes, more. Oh god, Koenig.
What am I gonna tell him about our sex life?
What?
There's no sex life.
I don't need to be told those kind of details to begin with.
No, I only talked to Penguin Auto about my weight loss and stuff.
And her boobs.
Yeah. That's because I was really upset that day. Still angry about it. I'm still angry about it.
Any lady can talk to me about their boobs. It's all good.
I just text Penguin out of the blue and I'm like, oh my god, Penguin Auto, you know how I've been losing weight? My boobs have gone up 2 sizes and I'm very bad about it.
It's like, what? It's like your body is just like restructuring.
I know. I don't know. It's all of my fat is going to my boobies.
Well, it's like you're dropping weight, but then like you're also doesn't make any sense. Like your body's restructuring, I guess, or like
I have no idea.
recompositioning.
Do you know there's a Penguin Gundam? Yes.
There is?
There's also a Windmill Gundam.
Ada.
I can't remember.
Ada.
Let me look for it.
Ada.
Penguin Gundam.
There's your Ada. Where that goes. Elise is jealous of your boobs.
My boobs? Don't have to be jealous. You don't have to be jealous.
Elise is pancake, apparently. From
Let
what she said in
me
my server.
copy image. I'm gonna put it in meme board. I'm gonna put it in with the memes. Because it might as well be a fucking meme. Sometimes there's just some Gundams in life that are just memes. There's a penguin one. And then there's a windmill Gundam.
Oh my. That's insane.
A windmill Gundam. It's Norway's Gundam. Norway's like...
It's okay, Elise. You compensate with ass and legs.
We all have our own stuff.
You can compensate with other parts.
Yeah.
I have the biggest boobs here. Okay, Koenig. Okay.
I have 0 mass movies. Wait.
I what? You compensate. You have other parts that are good. It's not just the boobies that makes girls pretty.
Yeah, it's your personality. And if you're not a bitch.
Yeah, that too.
Nine. I'm 500 pounds. Oof.
Wait, are you serious, Koenig? My personality is sexually harassing my friends. Probably not the best personality.
I don't think that that's a personality. I think that's
just-
a personality trait.
I'm thinking. I think Koenig's joking. I hope.
I hope Koenig's joking, because that's...
Well, I know a friend who's like 400 to 500 pounds actually. He's like 6'3" though, so he's just like fucking massive in general.
It's still not healthy.
No, but I
We
don't know.
love you anyway, but I would be upset at you, Spaghetti, if you said you were like 85 pounds too.
Oh no, I'm just fucking with you. Only boobs I know are my friends. Oh, that's good.
Oh, nice.
I'm glad you're not 500 pounds because that would be rough.
Yeah, it'd be hard to get around. You'd have a lot more medical problems.
My personality is punching my friends with the firework? What the fuck? Alright, Index, you gotta read.
Don't kill him! Don't kill him!
Don't kill him! Keep reading, Index.
I could hear the voice of a man crying and screaming in my ears. Nobody deserves to die. Those words came from his heart. They were so commonplace, and they soaked into my heart too. Maybe it was a mistake to take someone's life, even if it was to save Satoko. If this is the price I had to pay, this horrible tragedy, then this is a little much. Oyashihiro-sama. Why did you never punish me? He did. Come to think of it, Satoko said something. Oyashihiro-sama's actual curse never goes for the target at first, but kills everyone they love before that. Oyashihiro-sama's curse.
Well, he cursed the uncle. But then, like... The uncle was supposed to be the first to die, but then, like... He didn't. And then all of his friends were dying. So, that's really strange. Like, was it... What the fuck happened?
It was a convenient excuse. I told myself at the very end that it wasn't my curse that destroyed it, but Oyashihiro-sama's. Given that I was in a stretcher, this next bit might have been obvious. But last of all, I realized one thing. Yeah. Today, I had not heard those footsteps following me, even once. And now I was liberated. And the cries of the Higurashi, and I couldn't have been hearing, filled my mind. Their tearful ensemble was the only funeral march I had. June 22nd, 1983, early morning. A widespread disaster occurred in Hinaminazawa Village, Shishimone Redacted Prefecture. Volcanic gas, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide erupted on Onigafuchi Swamp from Onigafuchi Swamp, one of the Hinaminazawa area's water sources, and spread through the entire village.
Wait, so it erupted from the swamp and spread
And
into
we
the
threw
water.
the motorcycle in? Huh. It's almost like it could have possibly hit into a gas bubble.
You think that could have happened?
Yeah.
Hit a gas bubble?
So sometimes under the water, because of how dense it is, the carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide gases can actually get trapped and then come out in larger quantities. It happened like this in a few places in Norway.
So throwing the bike in, like, I guess released when it hit
Release it.
the bike, I guess hit the ground in the swamp and released the gas.
Yep.
Okay.
Most likely, that would be the scenario. There were 1,200 victims. 20 have gone missing. The catastrophe was unprecedented, facing local governments to evacuate approximately 600,000 people.
Jesus.
According to the later investigations, magma pools and hot springs were uncovered directly under Onigafuchi Swamp.
There are hot springs below the swamp?
Can happen. I mean, Japan is like super active volcanically.
Jeez.
There was actually a volcano that erupted a few years ago and actually killed quite a few people. There was even a few people who were taking photos at the time of the eruption and died.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, Higurashi is an evening cicada.
My personality used to I mold myself to be loved by all. Oh, that's a good one, kitten. Wait, Pengu, why do you have Index's old PNG? It happens mostly in swamps? Oh, wow. Type of cicada, yeah.
What do you mean my old PNG? This is the one that I'm using right now.
Yeah, that's your new one.
Yeah. It's the one I've been using lately. I haven't made a full PNG of the newest outfit, so I've been using the alternative outfit.
The events of this game are based off of a town called Shirakawa-go? What the heck? I had no idea. Well, the events of this tragedy, I think, right? Getting poisoned like that? Jesus.
And the gases that gushed from it was determined to be the cause of the disaster.
Jesus.
In addition, directly after the incident broke out, and he came forth claiming this disaster to be a curse based in Hinaminazawa legends, first sparking a wave of chaos. Oh, I have a few different PNGs, actually. There were apparently local legends of a curse spreading a miasma destroying the village. And some scholars believed a similar gas disaster may have happened in the past and remained part of these legends. More extreme periodical suggestions. This was an extension of a string freak of deaths, incidents that had been happening in recent years in Hinaminazawa village, stirring interest in theories about the curse of Oyashi Rosama. In addition, relatives of those in Hinaminazawa village who had escaped the disaster complained of sickness afterwards and were hospitalized. Some of them even died of unknown causes, further encouraging such extreme opinions.
Jesus.
On top of that, several cat butt in the way relatives professing to be possessed by Oyashi Hirosama's curse committed suicide in strange ways. and the impact of the disaster has had on the entire nation can no longer be ignored. Hondo. Elise says she loves you. Let's see if we'll talk for you. Elise says she loves you. He loves you back.
Aw.
Wild visions of terrible toxic gas sneaking around in the middle of the night, killing people, spilling across the country, causing a steady stream of people complaining of insomnia, difficulty breathing, headache, dizziness, etc. That could also be a cause of mass hysteria as well.
Yeah.
Some who identified themselves as being possessed by it began doing odd things. Most of these were mistakenly attributed to the tabloid press, yeah. But afterwards, some even began to call the mental illness arising from the Hinaminazawa tragedy to be Hinaminazawa syndrome. The Hinaminazawa village region, the object of all kinds of rumors and speculations, is currently closed off, and even flying overhead is prohibited.
Oh, wow.
The prohibition was at one point undone as a result of a decrease in the gas's density, but that autumn another gas burst was confirmed, leading to the area being cordoned off again. Word is that the area is sound asleep, all traces of its former life intact and left to rot.
I wouldn't fucking live there. Fuck that.
Only one survivor remains, Keiichi Maibara, age redacted, who lives at blank Hinaminazawa village.
Wait, he still lives there?
Who lived, sorry.
Oh.
At the time of rescue, he had some trouble breathing due to fluid buildup in his lungs, but as a result of life-saving procedure, he was kept alive. He is currently in General Hospital somewhere in the prefecture. The press has been asking for him for some time, but all interviews have been refused. What did he see in Hinaminazawa village? What happened between June 21st and 22nd in Hinaminazawa village? Today, he remains silent, unwilling to speak of it.
Fuck, he didn't even get to die. Oh, wow.
Wow. Why?
Orishi went missing? Can't read all that shit. Why is it so fuck?
Reina Ryuji, Mian,
Oh, everybody.
Orojiro, Satoko, Hanjo, Teppei, Ichiro, Akio, Daiki, Sugure, Shion died. Committed suicide. Aw, not Shion! Keiichi Maibara attempted suicide. Severe mental illness.
Oh, he's put in a mental asylum?
Yeah. Partner in crime. Partner in crime. Yo. Ow.
Jesus. This episode's fucking dark.
Ow.
This is the darkest episode of any of them. Good lord. It just kept getting worse.
Would you like a potato chip? When they cry.
Shit. I just wonder what chapter 4 is going to be like.
That was good.
Jesus Christ. An elderly couple living in the Osaka prefecture discovered a cassette tape while organizing the possessions of their son, who passed away 8 years ago. Their son went missing when his fishing boat capsized in 1995. He was 47 at the time of his death. 8 years later, in 2003, they had begun to organize their son's remains in order to organize their minds and came across the cassette tape in question. From 1975 to 1989, the deceased had experienced working as a journalist for a photography periodical, and this tape is thought to have been created during that time. Oh, it's Tomataki's parents, I think. Oh, wait, no.
I don't know.
No. He would have died. Yeah, because he died. He would have died much earlier than 89.
Yeah, because he was found in an oil drum.
Yeah. The label on the tape read 11/28/1983, Keiichi Maibara. It is thought the tape was recorded during an interview with Keiichi Maibara, the only survivor of the Great Hinamizawa disaster that occurred in June of 1983. As the only person to live through the disaster on the night of June 21st, shrouded in mystery, many interested parties attempted to question him, but he never once spoke physically to anyone in a public place. Therefore, the tape caused quite a stir, possibly being of extremely high value. Like, it's really hard to talk about stuff when I know I'm being recorded. You want to do the reporter?
Please don't worry about it. Here, it won't be a problem if I do this right.
After this, the sound quality dramatically decreases. Did he cover the recording device with something?
Then let's get started. Here's my first question. Keiichi-kun, where were you on the night of the great disaster?
I had gone behind the shrine, then took a path through the woods for a while. There's a rope bridge there. A little while before you get into the mountains. I fell from there and lost consciousness.
Did this happen during the night of the disaster between the 21st and the 22nd?
No. It was the morning of the 21st on Tuesday, which means I woke up on the afternoon of the next day. I think I was out for a day and a half.
Why on earth were you there? I mean, I'm sure everyone wants to know, but the bridge you fell from that day, a weekday, I might add, was quite far from both your house and the school, was it? ... Speaking frankly, there are some who say you knew the great disaster beforehand and fell from the rope bridge as you were trying to flee the village.
This isn't a joke. Please don't be so arbitrary about this.
I think it's a terrible thing to say, too. Please don't be offended. Anyway, about the rope bridge you fell from. It was right here on the map, right? The rope bridge beyond the back of the shrine and through the path in the woods.
Probably. I never went over there, so I can't say for sure.
Ha ha ha. I guess I just want to know why you were out somewhere you'd never been before on a weekday morning. ... And then, well, about the riverbed you fell unconscious on. Have you heard the rumors about that being impossible?
Impossible. That word. Again. 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 For a little while, Keiichi Maibara mutters the word impossible several times. Why would it be impossible?
You know how the volcanic gas originated in Onikafuji Swamp? Some scholars did some pretty delicate stimulus and modeling discovered something very interesting. ... The volcanic gas was heavier than air. So it went along the ground, flowing into lower and lower places, kind of like what water does. And with Onikafuchi Swamp as its source, they were able to test how much time it would take for the gas to erupt and spread across the whole village. So, well, the riverbed you were unconscious on, the gas, it would have flown down there.
I don't really understand what you're getting at.
In other words, if you were really passed out at the riverbed, you would have been in the middle of all that toxic gas that was spreading everywhere that night. That means there's no chance that you could have just passed out there. ... Allow me to be a little more frank. I think that maybe you might be telling a lie. During the Great Disaster, you were hiding in a safe place, keeping an eye out for when the gas got thinner. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with you? Can you stop? Sit over there and be a good kitty cat. Then reappeared and were secured by the SDF. What is wrong with you?
Tell your catto I love them. Senshia, definitely one of the best question arc chapters. Oh yeah, dude. This is my favorite by far. Holy shit, this chapter has gotten insane. Oh, so the click-clacking stuff is Future Keiichi writing reports, him researching and making reports. No, I think it's reporters that are doing this. But yeah.
How about that? Is that right on the mark?
For a short time, the journalist presses Keiichi Maibara further in a teasing way, but all that can be heard are heavy sighs. Even if that was the case, I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
What do you mean? Why you wouldn't be surprised?
Was this recording really taken of Keiichi Maibara? Some, however, suspicions. You said it before, didn't you? That it was impossible. Impossible things happen in that Hinamizawa all the time. There are people who shouldn't be existing. Dead people end up alive. It's not really that unusual. Never thought I, of all people, would be asked to prove that I was still alive when I was supposed to have died. Nervous laughter.
Such nervous laughter. Not even funny.
The journalist and Keiichi Maibara both laugh for a while. To verify its authenticity, I had the others in the Maibara family check the tapes with his voice in it. However, the sound was not clear, and much time had passed, so the relatives I checked with couldn't remember what he sounded like. I was unable to gain positive proof it was actually his voice.
Alright then, I'll change the subject. What do you think of the debate about whether the disaster was the curse? The 5th year of the serial-free death incidents in Hinamizawa.
I don't think it was. I was the curse that year, after all.
Well, what do you mean?
What do I was just answering the question. Doubts also remain regarding the date 11/28 written on the tape. The curse. Well, you probably won't believe me when I tell you this. I was the one who caused it. I was the one who wished for the whole village to die, and it happened.
What?
It's like, what?
What an exciting story.
Exciting? I suppose you could call it that. After Keiichi Maibara's failed suicide attempt on a certain August day 2 months after the disaster, he was diagnosed with a mental disorder and transported to a treatment facility. I was the one who killed Takano-san, and Coach and Oishi too. At the time, I had some kind of divine power. Yes, I suppose it was like footsteps.
Footsteps? Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Have you never heard footsteps before? Tip tap, click click, coo coo coo. The facility never allowed any news coverage, so it's extremely unlikely that a tape from the media dated after August 1983 would have his voice on it. Today, when you're walking around, try stopping suddenly. Something interesting will happen. Anyway, if you hear an extra footstep, even though you'd already stopped walking, you'd better be careful, you know. he's like, I'm gonna follow you home, motherfucker.
Yeah, yes, I'll be careful.
Is what I'm saying really that funny to you?
No, it's really not. What do you want, Kondo?
However, the reporter had been criticized for his forceful methods of collecting data while he was active, so there's still a possibility that he broke into the facility and forced Keiichi Maibara to talk. You've been doing nothing but laugh in my face this whole time. You're just like Coach. You pretend to sympathize with me, listen to what I have to say, but your eyes are telling me you think I'm a lunatic.
That's not true.
No, I can tell. Your eyes are the same as Coach's. Is this truly Keiichi Maibara's voice? The authenticity of this recording is still wrapped in mystery. I never heard the footsteps again after that day. So I don't think I have that terrible power anymore. Perhaps, right here, right now, I'll wish for you to die. I'll wish for your death, for saying all these unpleasant things. Yes, this time, why don't I decide how you die? Takano-san was burned to death, so let's go with the opposite, with water. I hope you drown and die. How's that? 15 years after this tape was created, the reporter, just as Keiichi Maibara had predicted, died in an accident out on the sea. Oh, shit.
Crazy.
If I'm in top form like I was then, you'd die tomorrow morning for sure. Well, apparently it took 15 years, but yeah. Now then, I wonder how many days it will take for you to drown. Oh, Jesus. Fuck, I need a fucking... Jesus Christ, that's psycho.
That's crazy.
Isn't that a pleasant face to look at, everybody?
I love it. Definitely won't give me nightmares.
You'd better be careful, you know. Don't go getting yourself killed by some stupid curse I put on you, okay?
I guess a lot of people really loved him at the mental institution.
He must have been a real hoot.
Real hoot.
A real hoot. The recording ends in the middle of Keiichi Maibara's laughter. And Keiichi Maibara... Late on the night of 11/30/1983, 2 days after the interview, he suddenly died from a high fever, cause unknown. Records remain of the strange words he kept giving after pressing the call button for the day before he died. An extra set of footsteps. Oh my.
Oh no.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Really? Did they really need a baby laugh?
I just had to make it 10 times creepier, you know?
Jesus Christ. A new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review sessions become available to play, so I guess I'll do that later.
That's good. That's good.
That was quite a fucking episode. Holy shit. Just make the other paranoid patients freak out, yeah. God damn. God damn.
Good job, Keiichi Mabaro-san.
Jeez.
Keiichi, my boy.
That made me moderately uncomfortable. Theories so far? Any suspects? So, we learned that it seems that Rika is the catalyst for everything, apparently. If she dies, things get fucked up. But I don't think she died in the first chapter. I think it was just Rena in the first chapter going crazy. I don't think... Like, maybe she died off screen? I don't know. But the only person I know that has died in every chapter so far is Tomitake. In chapter 1, Takano went missing in chapter 1. I don't know if they just didn't find her or what.
Wait, didn't Rika die in chapter 1 and 2?
I don't think she died in the first one. I know she did in the second. I know Mion killed them in the second.
Times Rika dies.
Rika
yeah, she's been killed once in every arc.
Well, they pretty much hinted at it that she is like a reincarnation of Orishiro-sama.
Yeah.
Like
Dialogue confirms that she has been killed in every single arc.
I don't remember her dying in the first chapter, though. Like, maybe she died off screen.
Yeah, it says she's died off screen in one of them.
Okay, it's probably the first chapter. I wonder if the answer arcs are, like, the same chapters from different perspectives? I don't know, I'm interested in that. I'm interested in what the answer arcs are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But damn, this fucking story is... Ooh. Higurashi's got me hooked, god damn it. I'm going to be doing these for I don't know how many fucking months. They're doing a good job at making a good mystery, at least. I just hope that there is enough of a thread connecting everything.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be leaning towards supernatural, though. Heavily. But it also could be coincidence, or it could be hysteria, I guess, of people just losing their fucking minds. Man, I wonder who killed Rika in that chapter, too. Fuck. But yeah, that was the end of chapter 3, everybody. Thank you all for joining me in Index. Interesting. Yeah, Sentia. This has been my favorite chapter so far. Holy shit. It
was fun.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Thank you, Index, for helping me read today. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. I appreciate it. I will be having a endurance stream on Sunday, 10 a.m. PDT to 10 p.m. PDT. Hope to see some of you there. It was Sen. Sen killed her. I have no idea. But yeah.
I'll have to look at my times to see if I can come.
If you can, it'd be great. If not, it's all good.
I just work a lot.
Busy Index. Alright,
I'm such a busy bee.
Let's pick somebody to raid.
Who are we raiding?
Mega Man X2, Lily Blue. Oh, I like that game. I like it a lot. Let's raid Lily Blue.
Yay!
Sentia, thank you for the follow, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Feel free to check out my socials if you'd like to follow me on Twitter and Discord. Here are Index's Twitch. You can follow her. She's great. She's wonderful. She's awesome.
When I stream. When I cry. Sorry.
You stream sometimes, right?
Yeah. Sometimes I stream. Sometimes I stream. Sometimes I stream. I'm streaming Wednesday.
For sure.
For certain.
Oh,
yeah,
D&D,
for sure.
right?
For schedules, yeah, for D&D, and then Friday is Raft. Even though we've completed everything and there's nothing left for us to do, we're still trying to completion arc. We're still trying to get all of the, like, stuff that we're able to make.
Oh, okay. Sounds like there's a lot of shit to do in Raft.
At least me and Div are. I don't know what everyone else's plans. I don't know what Rumi and, Prince wanna do, but me and Div wanna collect everything. Sometimes doesn't look at chat. You mean all the time doesn't look at chat, Kitten Shop? I never look at chat. What is chat? I've never seen chat in my life. I didn't even know I had a chat.
Here's our raid message.
What's up, fishes? Okay, I strictly don't read chat when I'm playing League of Legends.
Oh, it's kind of hard to do that, yeah.
It's difficult.
Lily Blue 53. I'm gonna check out Lily Blue. She's playing. I think she's playing Mega Man X. I have no. Oh, she's playing. I actually don't know any idea what the fuck she's doing. She's looking at videos right now. But fuck it, we're gonna go raid her. Let's all say hi to Lily Blue. She's a really intense, hardcore gamer. She's really good at beating hard fucking games. So she's interesting. I think y'all should check her out.
Nice, she's intense. She must beat it hard.
No, like I was talking to her, and she's like, I was like, oh yeah, I've beat a couple of hard games, like Super Meat Boy. I beat like the main fucking game, and she's like, oh yeah, I beat the whole thing. Perfect everything. She's incredible.
Wow.
She's like crazy good at hard games.
That's like story games.
Yeah, everybody, thank y'all for. Oh, what's up, kitten? What's up, kitten? Oh boy, here we go. Alright, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I'll be here tomorrow night, 7 p.m. PDT. I really need to put my schedule on Twitch on my account. I'll do that. But yeah, thank y'all. Love you. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Good night.